This story takes place when I was in college a couple of years ago. I was away from home for most of the year on campus, and I didn't have much going on in my social life. I didn't really socialize, and I wasn't doing much in ways of partying or hanging out with anyone else. Through most of my college life, I only had one real friend, Charles. Charles was a techie. He was all about the newest trends and technology, and he was always willing to discuss the newest topic if you had an interest. Since I really only had Charles, and I couldn't see my family or friends at home, I would sometimes get to a point where I was really lonely, and I was feeling like there was no one around to talk to. Yes, cell phones are a thing, and they were, and I could have just called my family at any time, but honestly, there's something about seeing the face of those you love that just makes it more personal, and makes it feel more connected. Maybe it's just me, but I sometimes feel like I need to see someone's face to know that they're really there. Anyways, there was one day where I mentioned this to my dad, that I was feeling a bit down about having not seen them for a couple months. He decided to take it upon himself to send me a fancy webcam so that we could start doing video chatting. I was honestly ecstatic about the idea, and I actually joked about how that was something I should have thought of. He ends up going to a local tech store, and he buys this really nice HD Logitech webcam. I have no idea how much he ended up spending on it, but it was a really good quality camera. As soon as I got it, I set it up and I got it all running, and then I got on a video call with my mom and dad. I was legitimately excited to have it, and I really felt like this was going to be the solution to my socialization issues for sure. For a month or two, everything went pretty normal with it. And the camera itself, or at least how it worked, isn't the focus of this story. The camera itself was a really good piece of hardware. The image was crystal clear, and it was really easy to use. Unfortunately, it being a good piece of technology meant that Charles liked it as well. A long story short with that, Charles was wanting to start a YouTube channel where he went down internet rabbit holes and solved those weird mysteries on the web. Think people like Frederick Knudsen or Nightmind and such. But more dedicated to those weird 4chan mysteries. Basically, he asked me if he could use my computer to record himself for his videos. And in return, he said he would be my on-call tech support. I didn't really care about the tech support, and while it was a little weird to have him in my dorm room, I didn't mind it. For the most part, he would text me when he wanted to record, and I would go for a walk, go get food, or work on homework in the commons area of the university. This deal went on for a couple weeks, 2 or 3 at most, and he recorded at least 5 or 6 times during this time frame. I watched his first few videos, and they were actually pretty decent. Good, interesting information that was presented in a clean way. He had one on some missing girl that some people on 4chan were talking about that was really well done, and then he had one that explained parts of the deep and dark web. I found it a bit strange when he didn't even bother to ask to use my computer that next week, but I also thought that maybe he was busy with classwork. Then, when the next Monday rolled around and he didn't have class, and he didn't call me, I messaged him to ask him what was up. He told me that he just wasn't feeling up to doing anything on his channel. I again thought that was odd, but I didn't really push it. I just kind of told him that whenever he was wanting to do more work, to let me know. What got strange for me was that, after that, he seemed to not really want to talk to me anymore. Then, there was something that happened that legitimately scared the hell out of me. There was one night that I was having a lot of trouble sleeping, and I was feeling incredibly restless. I was pretty much just lying there and staring at the wall, and then I rolled over and looked at my computer. At first, I didn't notice anything other than the dark screen and the window behind the monitor. Then, after a couple of seconds of just staring, something about the scene was bothering me. Then, it clicked. My screen was off, sure, but I had left the tower on. Now, this is something that I do every once in a while, but then my eyes moved over, and I noticed that the red light on the webcam was blinking. This light only blinks when the camera is in use, and I hadn't used the camera at all that day. I sat up, I started to shift out of my bed, and then I noticed that the light on the camera shut off. My groggy brain struggled with the situation, but I decided to get up and just unplug the camera, then try to go to sleep, which did not quite work. Things got even worse the next day when I needed to get on my computer to do some classwork. It was early in the afternoon when I was back in my dorm room. I turned it on to do a report when I noticed that there was a document on my desktop that was titled, "Read Me, Please." I hesitantly clicked on it and then read what it said. "Hello, Michael. Please, don't unplug the webcam tonight. I like watching you while you sleep. I'm not doing anything bad with the footage. I promise." It was literally 2 sentences, and it made me want to puke as I read it. I immediately disconnected my computer from the internet and called Charles, demanding he come over to help figure out what the hell was going on with this. He was hesitant at first. He told me he was busy with something else, but I told him that my computer had been compromised and that I needed his help immediately. When I said that, he changed his tune. When he got to my room, I found out why he changed his tune. He explained to me that when he was doing research for his dark web video, he had to go out onto the dark web. He said that while he was doing so, he did come across a few sites that were sketchy, but he tried to avoid anything that was too questionable. That is, until he came across a website that required you to accept a prompt to access it. He said that it looked reasonable, and it just said that you accepted their terms and whatnot. But when he clicked on it, the computer locked up and it looked like someone else had connected to the computer. Apparently he watched as someone else got into my system and basically did whatever the hell they wanted. And then he didn't tell me. He said he was pretty sure they had disconnected and that they hadn't done anything to the computer because part of the agreement page said they would not use my information for malicious purposes. He said this as if I hadn't just told him that this person was remotely accessing my computer to watch me sleep, and as if hackers on the dark web have a code of conduct. I may have gone off on him, telling him that it was the dumbest thing he could have done, and that he needed to fix the problem right then and there. I told him that he needed to get all of my files off the system and then wipe it, or else I would make his life hell. A threat that I have literally no idea how I would have followed through on, but thankfully Charles was a bit timid and he agreed that he would help me. Obviously, this was a few years ago, and I'm no longer on the campus, and I'm pretty sure that guy never got onto my system again after that. Despite this, I have literally never slept with a computer in the same room since, and I've always made sure to turn off my computer when I'm done using it. Every night. The dark web is a place where you can buy damn near anything for the right amount of Bitcoin, from things like the obvious: drugs, hacking tools, personal information on people you wish to stalk, all the way to things that are much more obscure. Things like exotic pets, hitman services, though most of those are honeypots, and illegally obtained weapons. Most of the time, when thinking about buying things on the dark web, it's best not to think too much on what you're looking at. Take it at face value and don't ask questions. You don't want to know where the hell those guys got that block of drugs or the handgun that you just purchased, because odds are, when you get to the end of that rabbit hole, you're going to find that someone is either dead, injured, missing, or being looked for by federal agents. My point is, you really don't need to be on the dark web unless you plan to break the law in some way, shape, or form. That said, there is one service that I found on the dark web that actually made me think about it and what could have or could be happening. For a bit of backstory, I spend a lot of my personal time on the internet. I do a lot of contractor IT work for larger companies, mostly data security and security analysis for medium-sized corporations. One of my secondary jobs in my cybersecurity work is what is known as threat hunting. A threat hunter is someone that goes out onto the deep and dark web and tries to find pages that are selling vulnerability information for websites or technologies. Basically, they go and see if a company's information is readily available to hackers, or if they're using technologies that are being actively exploited. This doesn't have anything to do with my story, but it gives you an idea of who I am and what I do for a living. And it helps you to understand why I was out on the dark web. Now, because I had to find this data on the dark web, typically information that was for sale, I had to get in with the people selling the info, and I had to purchase it when necessary. These were legitimate sales on the dark web. Yes, this is a gray area, and yes, there can be issues with doing this, but a lot of the time, it was critical for what I was doing for these organizations. Because of this, I spent a lot of time on sites that were built to sell illegal content. This ties back to how I started the story. The sites that sell illegal content, items, and services, and typically you see these things and you just understand that they exist, and you move on. However, there was one site that had something that made me legitimately terrified. Mostly because it had two services that were sickeningly tied together. The first service that I saw was one that was, unfortunately, fairly common, which is escorts. A lot of the time, these escorts from the dark web are not willing participants. They are, more often than not, victims of human trafficking. That alone is sickening and terrible, but the next part is what made it worse. This website had a service dedicated to assisting immigrants. On its face, that may not sound like much, but put into context with the other side of that, it's incredibly likely that a lot of these immigrants they were helping were actually being dragged into the human trafficking side as well. I mean, just think about it. People entering a foreign country, possibly alone and desperate, most likely not able to keep in touch with family back home, and it's likely that no one knows where they're going to end up. I just kind of sat there and thought about it for a few moments, and it really got to me. The thoughts that someone from another country may be looking to get away from an oppressive government or away from something like the cartel could end up finding this as a way out. I could imagine they would do so much to scrape together the money just to pay these people that say they would help them. And then they end up getting trafficked or sold out as an escort. I know this isn't your normal story, and I apologize if it's a bit strange in its context, but it's something I found on the dark web that actually scared me. And while it was really only an implication with no confirmation, it's one of those things that, when you know how these illegal networks work, it becomes quite clear what's happening. As has been stated in a number of other stories on the net about the dark web, if you don't have a reason to be on the dark web, then stay off. Obviously, I recommend understanding the technology, getting to know what a VPN is, understanding how Tor and encryption all work, but only for the sake of knowledge and an understanding of security. I'm all about understanding technology and really getting to know the layers of the internet. But don't go looking for illegal or questionable content. Because if you look, you will find it. That said, and moving on to the story that I wanted to share, and this happened several years ago. I would say early to mid 2000s at the latest. And this was a time before the internet was a huge entity that everyone spent all of their time on, when broadband was like 10 megabits per second at most, and Newgrounds was king of the internet. Back then, I was actually a contractor for web development. People and organizations that wanted to have their presence on the net would contact me, and I would discuss what they wanted, then build websites for them. These weren't complex websites like what exists now. They were more like pages with static content and pictures. Basically just, this is our company, and this is what we do kind of pages. It was a good paying gig. Back in the early 2000s, a lot of companies wanted their presence on the web, and I worked with a lot of local corporations. It's not super relevant, but it helps to, 1, let you know how old I am, and 2, let you know that I understand technology and how the web works. Back then, I was always on the web, looking into competitor sites and seeing what worked where, and pulling inspiration from things that already existed. At one point, I was talking to a buddy of mine, another tech person, and he brought up that I should consider looking at the dark web for some inspiration. At first, I was a bit confused. The only thing I knew about the dark web was that it wasn't easy to get onto, and that it was where hackers and criminals hung out on the web. I asked him why he thought I should be going to the dark web, and he made a point that I couldn't refute. He mentioned that I would probably be the only person in the area that built websites that had seen parts of the dark web/deep web. Basically, he was saying that I would have a leg up on everyone else because I would have an idea that they wouldn't have. I kind of agreed with him. So, after chatting with him, he convinced me, and I had him come over to set up my system for accessing the dark web. I got on and started just going through random sites, and I was trying to avoid anything that could be illegal. And I actually found a neat site that kind of worked like a wiki. I don't think it was the actual deep web wiki or anything like that, but it was a collection of links very similar to it, and some of them actually worked. For the most part, They just ended up on dead ends and nothing on the other side. But some of them were interesting forums and just pages with information about random things. I was happily clicking along when I came across a page that kind of looked like the original version of YouTube. If anyone has been around for a while, then you know what I mean. Old, blocky page with star ratings underneath the videos. What was weird to me was that a lot of the front page videos were just a black screen. And when I clicked on them, they had an overlay that said something along the lines of, "This video has expired." What was strange to me was that the titles of the videos were just single words. The first one I clicked on was titled Hang. There was another one that was called Electric, and one called Pain. Obviously, these were a bit ominous, but there wasn't much on the screen for the videos. Just the title and a star rating. Hang had a 5-star rating, and it showed that it had been rated 40 times, for instance. I was scrolling through the front page, and I finally found a video that didn't have a black box overlay. It was titled Shoot. The thumbnail for the video was a guy literally sitting in a nearly empty room that was trashed. I clicked the video and it started up pretty quick. I don't know why, but part of me was sitting there thinking it was going to be a fairly normal video. That it was going to be some sort of vlog or something from the guy in the thumbnail. Instead, what I got was a video of a guy sitting in this dingy-looking room with a syringe in his hand. As much as I wanted to click away, I just sat there and watched this video as it played out. As the video started, he was just sitting there and staring at the camera. It looked like he nodded to someone that was behind the camera. After a second or two, the audio cut in, and I heard him say something like, "For 300, right?" And then a voice said yes. He nodded and glanced back to the camera and basically started stating his name and location. I don't remember exactly where he was, but he said his name was something like Jeff, that he was doing this for the site for an amount of money equal to $300, and that this video would serve as his contract. Then he ended with a, "And remember, kids, don't do drugs." Then, after a second, he situated himself in the chair and tied off part of his arm. Then he took the syringe and shoved it into his arm. Long story short, he shot whatever was in that syringe. I want to assume it was heroin into his arm, and he was doing this on camera for money. My guess is that this site was set up for people to do things for the audiences, and then they would get paid for it. This was like some dark web sort of YouTube or Twitch for people to pay and watch what happened to other people in certain situations. Watching this guy have a reaction to the drugs that he put in his arm was horrifying. He seriously collapsed on the floor and he started convulsing, and I really don't want to remember the rest of it. I clicked off of it, and I went back to the main page. And at that point, the other videos became more clear. Hang, electrical, pain. All of these were videos of people doing something to themselves for payment. The fact that Hang had such a high rating really didn't sit well with me at this point. I can only imagine what happened on that video that got people to rate it 5 stars. After watching this guy drop to the floor from injecting, again, I'm assuming heroin, I wasn't very curious about the website anymore. I closed the page, and I decided that I was done with all of that. And honestly, the sight of that guy and the thought of what the other videos most likely contained has seriously haunted me ever since. For the last half of the year, I've been working on a trail crew doing maintenance projects around the southeast US. One of the trail systems I worked on ran through a series of unincorporated communities that weaved throughout the forested hills of southern parts of Kentucky. It is one of the most rurally populated areas of the state. If we wanted to go to a Walmart, or any place other than a gas station, we would need to travel 40 to 55 minutes. At this point, we'd been in about 3 different districts of the state over the course of about 6 weeks, and had had quite a few strange experiences. And this happened in October, when it was already starting to get pitch dark by around 6:30 p.m. We usually got back to camp at around 5:30, so by the time we made dinner and washed dishes, we were all wearing headlamps to see. After helping cook dinner, I decided to make my lunch while there was still light in the sky, and noticed that we were out of a few sandwich ingredients. I told the crew lead, and he said that we were also out of milk for cereal in the morning, and a few other random things. Me and my close friend and crewmate, Louse, which is his nickname, volunteered to go to the store in Louse's car. He was the only person with a personal vehicle other than our 10-person van. I got a few bars of service at the camp, and plugged in the nearest Walmart, which was about 40 minutes away. We had just arrived in this district, so we hadn't actually gone shopping here yet. We do it twice a week as a group. There are no streetlights on any of the main roads, and we drove alone for almost the entire journey. We arrived at the Walmart, and it was extremely small, a tiny concrete cube shining in the artificial blue against a ridgeline of dark leafless trees. The small parking lot was fairly crowded, and a steady stream of people filtered in and out. We put our masks on, and we went inside. It became pretty clear quickly that they didn't have what we needed. There was no produce section or milk alternatives, and the only food was positioned bizarrely in maybe 5 aisles in the front of the store, and that just said food center, and was mostly dry beans. We couldn't find a refrigerated section other than a massive wall of regular milk. We spun around the aisles a couple times, and we got some chips and a new lighter for the camp stove, but we couldn't find anything else that we needed. I was acutely aware of the fact that we were some of the only customers wearing masks, and that my big work boots were leaving little flakes of mud on the tile. As we walked up to the check stand, Louse realized he didn't have his wallet, and he wasn't sure where it was, so I offered to pay for his stuff. I said hello to the checkout lady, but I don't think she heard me, and the entire transaction went by in complete silence. We went back out to the parking lot and spent about 20 minutes searching Louse's car for his wallet, digging through the trunk and opening all of the doors. We came up with nothing, and he concluded that he must have left it at the office of our organization where he had been the day before. We decided to see if there were any other stores nearby, since we were already this far out. We found some random local place. I don't recall the name, but it was something like Marky's Market that didn't have any hours listed, and by this point, it was like 8 p.m. We doubted it was open, but it was only a couple minutes away, so we thought, screw it. It was still fairly crowded in the parking lot, and as we were about to turn out onto the main road, we saw a police car pull into Walmart. We'd had an encounter with the police a few weeks earlier that made both of our hearts pound when we saw the car, and it was made worse by the fact that Louse didn't have his wallet. I watched out of the side mirror for a minute or two after we had left. We were on the road for maybe 5 or 6 minutes before Laus took a wrong turn. I don't remember if he missed a turn or if he turned too early, but we both had the same thought that Laus vocalized. This is not the place to take a wrong turn. We slowed onto a gravel patch about a minute down the road that lay in front of a large property with a house tucked far enough back that we could not make out the details. There were piles of tires and rusty pieces of machinery and a barbed wire fence with a beware of dog sign. Laus spun the wheel and did a quick 3-point turn in the lot until he was facing the short distance back to the main road. In what felt like a second's time, 2 SUVs whipped off of the main road down the road we had turned on and stopped to face us about 30 feet away. The precision with which they had arranged themselves, it was chilling. The first car slowed down and stopped against the shoulder of the road, and the next pulled up next to them, leaving maybe 2 inches of space between the two. Their noses lined up perfectly, and their brights were shining into our windshield. They had blocked over 2/3 of the narrow road. If we had gone any further, the road would have narrowed even more, and the width of the 2 cars would have blocked us completely. I looked down at my phone and saw that I had no service. I have never had this feeling before in my life. The only other time that came close was when I thought I was going to drown when I was 12 and got caught in some rapids. I had the very real thought of, I'm going to die right now. But this time, I thought I knew it would be violent. My entire body went cold. My heart was racing so fast, it felt like it was just vibrating. Laus's eyes were wide and his body was rigid. What are they doing? What the hell are they doing? I responded calmly that I didn't know, but that it was going to be okay. Maybe 30 seconds had passed, but it felt like so much longer. I looked to the right of where they faced us and saw there was a small slice of road left clear to get around them. I told Laus to drive around them, and at first he didn't see the space I was talking about. My entire body was shaking. One of the SUVs let off the brake and rolled forward a few inches, and then stopped very suddenly. Laus pulled forward and carefully drove around them, and then sped up to 35 as we neared the stop sign that led us onto the main road. Laus sped forward as I kept my head turned toward the back windshield. They didn't follow us. We drove in silence for a few minutes, until we both just started yelling "what the hell" over and over again. I told Laus that I felt sure we were going to die together. He looked at me and very seriously told me that he felt the same way. The entire drive home, we tried to figure out why they had followed us. Had we driven onto their friend's property? Had they seen our out-of-state license plate and gotten suspicious? Had they watched us searching Laus's car and not liked the look of us? Had they followed us in Walmart? Had they been waiting on the side of the road? Were they waiting for a third person to seal us in completely? I had watched the parking lot to see if the police car followed us, and I hadn't noticed anyone turning out or tailgating us to the road after we left Walmart. Why were there 2 identical SUVs with deeply tinted windows, different colors, caravanning in the pitch black in forest land? We've thought through every scenario, and each one is weirder than the last. We got back to camp, and we tried to explain what happened. A couple of people said that it might have been innocent, but I'd love to hear what you think. Intro. When I was around 9, I visited my aunt with my family because we had not seen her for a while. So, we figured visiting her sometime would be nice. Just a quick side note, this aunt is from my dad's side of the family. My dad's side is super Christian, My dad didn't jump on this bandwagon, though. So, fast forward a couple hours of boring car driving, and we arrive. We talk to her for a bit, and since her 2 kids and husband are gone because they were going to a Lego convention, my uncle is really into Lego, and his kids kind of follow him on that path. It didn't take too long for our little chat to end. Going into the church. After we had dinner with her, she asks us if we would be interested to visit the church that was across the street. The town she lived in was small, so things were kind of tidy, hence the church literally being across from her house. And we said yes, because we had nothing else to do. She smiles and grabs her church keys. She was part of the staff that worked in the church. The church was sort of a community building / church, if that makes sense. And after a 5-minute walk, we arrive and go inside the church. Now, around the time we arrived, it was already like 8, since we had had dinner pretty late, like an hour later than usual. Meeting the priest. Because it was night, the church was closed and only staff was allowed in there after opening hours. Reminder, this was a sort of community building. So walking in a closed church at night, with all but a couple lights on, was on its own creepy enough. We arrive in the center part of the church that overlooks the organ, which looked really pretty, by the way. And we see that the priest is still there, sitting on one of the praying benches, or whatever you call those. Our aunt approaches the priest, and the priest looks surprised since no one but staff was allowed to be in the church. So bringing family alone wasn't allowed. He doesn't make a big deal out of it, though, and actually seems happy, and insists on us staying, and for us to look around wherever we want. The creepy encounter with the priest. My mom and dad said to us, and my brother and I, that we were allowed to explore the center part alone. This wasn't that big since this was a church cramped into a community building, so there was no reason for concern. My first interest was the room in one of the small side towers that you were never allowed into. So I went and checked that out. The priest starts following me, and I figure he's just checking up on me to make sure I'm not stealing stuff, and so on. But he walks into the small room with me and starts asking me these weird questions like, and I quote, "Are you a virgin?" I was around 9 at the time, so of course I was, and that's also how I responded. I told him that I obviously was, since I was just 9, and he responded by asking me about my sexuality. And at this point, I started asking him why he was asking all these weird questions about my sexual interests, when first, I was just 9, and I had just met the guy. I didn't even know his name. He told me not to question him, and at this point he started touching me on my shoulders, and slowly walked behind me and started massaging my shoulders. I, out of fear, smacked his hand, and he smacked me back on my cheek before grabbing me from behind and dragging me to this emergency exit in the room. Also, if you're wondering how my parents didn't hear any noise, nor saw any of this, they followed my aunt to this doping room because they had never seen one, and their interest was piqued. I struggle from the guy's grip and get free. It wasn't too hard. The priest was an old man, around 60s or 70s, so he wasn't that strong anymore, and I run out of the room and head straight for the exit, trying to find my parents. Now, the exit was locked, of course, so here I was, stuck in the center part of a church, with a creepy priest that wanted to kidnap me. I quickly ran to a random room on the left side of the hall, and this luckily turned out to be the doping room, and there were my parents. Confused, and of course they didn't believe me because I over-exaggerated situations a lot as a kid. I insisted on leaving the church with my aunt and parents, and so eventually my aunt unlocks the door, and we all leave. The priest, during all of this, returned to his praying bench and pretended nothing ever happened. I wanted to confront him, but I knew that no one would believe me, so I was best off just leaving the place as soon as possible. Return home. After returning to my aunt's home, we talked for a bit, but convincing my family seemed impossible, so I had to just accept the fact that they never believed me, and I bottled up my emotions. Conclusion in how I dealt with it. When this happened, I had struggled with it for a couple of days since it happened, but I'm not one to let these kind of things bother me too much, especially when no one believes me, and only me and the weird priest know what truly happened that night. As of now, I kind of forgot it ever happened, to be honest with you. I just kind of relived this memory so you, the reader, have something fun to read. This happened when I was 15 and going on 16. I'm also an only child, so while, yes, people may think I'm lucky because I get more than some households with multiple children, I would much rather have siblings. It can get very lonely and boring. With that being said, I usually get to invite a friend or a cousin to go on trips, or to special events with my parents and I. If we go to the movies, a theme park, the swimming pools, I usually bring someone. Spring break was not much different. My parents owned something like a condo in Florida, so sometimes we would go there for spring break, in the summer, or even for Christmas break. This year, we were going to be going there for spring break again, and it was also important to me because my birthday is in April, so it was supposed to be part of my Sweet 16. Because of this, my parents agreed to let me take a friend with me. As mentioned, I've had friends go with me on trips, but they've all been within the state. I've had cousins go with me to Florida, but never a friend of my choice. Rightfully so, I was excited about this. It was also part of my birthday gift, so I felt like more of an adult. So, after all the parent talk and confirming locations and that my parents weren't planning on selling off my friend, things were set, and I was going to have some pre-birthday fun. My friend and I did have to keep our grades up in order to go, so after about a month of making sure everything was done and turned in on time, we were in the clear and on our way to Florida. We had plans to go to the beach, Universal Studios, and also just go to a mall or something to go shopping by ourselves. We got to choose our seats on the airplane and sit a few rows in front of my parents so that we could have privacy. When we got there, they even let us sit at our own table at dinner. We did do a few things my parents wanted to do, like some kind of water boat ride thing with all these alligators around it, and we went to the Hard Rock Cafe because my dad is obsessed with that place. Things were going normal for a while, but I will definitely say that my arrogance got the best of me, thinking that I was an adult. So the day came for us to go to Universal Studios. And this is where we first started having troubles. My parents were still with us the entire time. They didn't always go on the rides, but they were there when we got on, and then they would be at the exit once it was over. On some rides that we had to wait on, we were standing there, people watching, and noticed one guy in particular. He stood out because, one, he didn't have any kids with him, or anyone else, and two, he had on one of those tank tops with a muscular torso on it to make it look like it was your own. Those just look weird on anyone, but especially so on him. He ended up on one of the rides we went on, and he just stared at us the entire time. We sat in the back of one of the rides so he couldn't stare at us, but he even looked back at us before it started and smiled. We were young and didn't really know how to react, so we just waved and smiled back. We saw him a couple more times, but he was never around when my parents were with us. Since he didn't really do anything, though, we didn't bother telling them and just tried to enjoy our time there. We were there for most of the day, so we were pretty tired the next day. We wanted to go to the mall, but my parents said that we should just hang out there, go to the beach to relax, and then go tomorrow. And we ultimately agreed, but the beach was looking pretty busy, so we stayed in for most of the day doing our hair and makeup. My mom said she was going to run to the store to pick stuff up for dinner, and that my dad would be working on some things, so they agreed to let us go to the beach for a while by ourselves, since it was within walking distance of the condo. Again, it was pretty exciting because we got to do something on our own, so with our hair and makeup done, we grabbed our stuff to head to the beach. We got out there and laid out our stuff and just sat there for a while, talking. We took our phones, of course, and we were taking stupid filter pictures, and to our surprise, we see Tank Top Guy walking towards us. Again, we didn't really know how to react, so we just sat there and tried to pretend we were busy or having a serious conversation. He got maybe 5 to 10 feet from us and stopped. He kind of just looked around and then laid out like this sleeping bag. He sat down and looked up at the sky, then looked over at us. Then he smiled and waved again. I again waved back. I was facing him while my friend was facing away, so we were having a fake, serious conversation. I was texting her to say he just noticed us, and he waved. So we started thinking about leaving when he started talking to us. It was okay at first, but then it got weird. The conversation went something like this. Him: "Did you girls have fun at Universal?" Us: "Yep." Him: "That's good. And they had some new ones out there, huh?" Us: "I don't know. I haven't been in a while, and she's never been." "Oh. Do you live around here?" "No." "Just on vacation?" "Yes." "You girls didn't get all prettied up to be out here by yourself, though, did you?" "We're not alone." "So you're waiting on your boyfriends?" I answered no, but my friend answered yes. We didn't get to fully think out our answer. At this point, it was definitely getting uncomfortable with a full-grown adult asking 16-year-olds about having boyfriends and calling us pretty. So we decided to come up with an excuse to leave. I start to grab my phone like I was getting a call to come home, and I tell my friend that we had to go. So we started grabbing our stuff, and then he said, "Leaving already?" I tried saying the same thing about needing to go home when he started to stand up really quick. Then he says, "Well, if no one is here with you girls, then let me walk you home. You never know the kind of people that could be walking around." We, of course, said it was okay, and that I was staying in a place nearby. Then my friend gave me a look, making me realize how stupid it was to say that. He seemed to catch on because he had this very sinister grin, and said something about how it was even better. Should be a short walk then, right? My friend finally jumped in and said we're fine. Then she grabbed me by the arm and we started walking away quickly from him. We were still pretty worried about the whole situation, and we turned around and noticed that he was still standing there and smiling and holding his sleeping bag. So we kept walking. The condo was probably about a block away, so when we went around the corner, we stopped for a second to think about what just happened. My friend was freaked out too, but she was laughing about it and making fun of the guy. I finally loosened up a bit and we kept walking. At one point, We started trying to do cartwheels home, just playing around and trying to shake off the weird vibes. When I land a cartwheel and then I see him around the corner. He tried to make it look like he was on his phone, but he was holding it like he was taking pictures of us. At this point, we booked it. We ran straight ahead, paid no attention to him, and just ran. As we did, there was a woman and a young girl about to enter one of the condos close to us, so I just started shouting out, Mom, you called me. What's up? The woman looked confused at first, but she must have seen the fear in our face, and immediately started looking around and shuffling us into her place. I know it may have still been silly, but I thought since she had a kid with her, she was safe. Once we were in, we explained to her what happened. She believed us, thankfully, and since she was leaving, she agreed to walk us home, but told me to call my dad to make sure he was out there to greet us. Thankfully, he was nowhere to be seen after that, but we did tell my dad, and they thankfully called the cops to file a report. As far as I know, they never found or caught the guy. From then, we were definitely more cautious of our surroundings, and my parents stayed close by, but we still had fun. It was definitely a memorable trip. I felt bad for my friend, thinking she'd probably never be able to do something like that again, but I've also learned my lesson and was thankful for her and that lady. I'm also a lot less naive in my late 20s and with my own kids, so I know that I'll be stressing the importance of strangers and trusting your gut. But since then, and always, I hope to never see Tank Top Dude again. This happened a few years back in 2016. My girlfriend at the time, Erica, and her friend, Elle, decided we would make spring break plans for the four of us. Myself, Erica, Elle, and then her boyfriend, O. We thought if we booked together, we could get a better deal on the hotel and maybe the car rental and any place that we wanted to go. We went with Mexico because my girlfriend had been, and she spoke fluent Spanish, so we thought we would be okay. I had been working a lot more to save up for this, so I decided to put it all in my name, so it would all be together and they would just pay me back. Obviously, I wasn't worried about my girlfriend, but I didn't know her friend and her boyfriend much. Stupidly, I trusted them. We'd gone to a few parties and they were there. The guys seemed okay. They'd only been together for like a year by the time we went on this trip. He was quiet and stuck around Elle, but I thought it was just because he didn't know a lot of people. Nothing odd ever stuck out to me. So as we were starting to go through the reservations and plans, Erica decided it would be easier to start a group chat with the four of us to make arrangements. I hate group chats. She knows this, and she also knew that I was down for whatever as long as it was within our budget. But I think she may have done it for a reason, as I started realizing, as she would ask in there what hotel they may prefer and if they wanted any specific accommodations. I would see L start typing, and then O would always answer. He was always curt with his responses, and would not budge on what he wanted. He wanted separate rooms. Not even one of those joined rooms, they had to be completely separated. If we did a car rental, he said he wanted one for himself, and then we could have another one. We were trying to do this as a group, so we weren't planning on getting more than the one car. But he was adamant that he wanted one, and he wanted it in his name then. So we agreed, but said he would have to pay for all the car because I wasn't going to be paying for something I couldn't even use. He went silent for a while, and after a few hours, Elle actually responded saying she would pay for it and to put it in her name. so I guess we have finally agreed to that. After 2 long-ass days of figuring everything out that should have only have taken 2 hours, and more money than we intended to spend, we were finally booked. But I was supposed to be paid back for half, so I wasn't as concerned about it. We had 3 weeks before the trip. L and O said they would pay their part of theirs next week when they got paid. No problem. Next week came around and L gave my girlfriend the money for the car. Not a word from O on any of this. L told my girl that O was going through things, apologized that he hadn't sent the money, and would next week. Wouldn't you know it, the next week rolls around and he still didn't pay. So, I was actually an ass and I put in the chat that I appreciated L paying for the car so quickly. This money was going to help with our food, anything we wanted to buy, and for emergencies. So, yes, I was depending on getting it back. Literally within the hour, Elle called Erica and said she was sorry, and that she would help pay it back, and that she would help take care of our meals if it's not paid by then. I did feel bad because I didn't feel like it should have been up to Elle. I didn't expect Erica to pay for all of it either. That's just the right thing to do. Because of this, I let it go. Because I wasn't going to make this girl I barely knew pay for my food. Anyways, onward to the time of the trip. Erica and I had someone drop us off at the airport. I'm the type to always be early, so we were there an hour before. Erica messaged Elle to see how they were doing, and they didn't respond. It wasn't a big deal at first until we got closer and closer to the time, and she finally responded by saying they were almost there. I wanted to board the plane instead of waiting for them, but Erica insisted we waited. Again, I was glad we did, because when they finally arrived, he looked pissed off and was carrying a duffel bag. I may not be a chick, but I definitely packed more than a small duffel bag worth of stuff for a trip for 5 days to a completely different country. In the same manner, Erica was excited, and as most women do, she was wearing a nice sundress and she had her makeup done. Elle, however, had her hair in a messy bun and looked like she just pulled something out of the basket. No makeup, but she looked exhausted. She was also rolling behind her 2 suitcases. It's not unusual for a girl, but also not usual to see her with some girly bag and matching carry-on, and then a dark blue one. I'm thinking, is this guy really making her pull both bags around? I remember Erica running up to Elle and grabbing one of her bags, and then said something that I couldn't hear. O walked up to me, and his manner completely changed. He was trying to act like we were best buds. It was a weird situation, but we boarded, and thankfully we were on our way. Once we did finally get there, it did not get better. We got the car, no issue, but the hotel was not at all what we were expecting. The pictures must have been when they first opened because it looked run down to hell. And the outside just looked sad. The inside wasn't much better, but at least the AC worked. The lobby had a small desk to the side with an older lady at it. Erica started speaking to her to get us checked in, and she led us to our rooms. The halls were musty and the wallpaper was warping towards the top. The carpet was old and stained by the many feet that had walked down these halls, too. The rooms were not much different. The bed was big and comfortable, but I couldn't tell if it was cream-colored or if they were supposed to be white. It also reeked of cigarette smoke, and these were supposed to be non-smoking. So, not really a good start. But the lady was really nice. She even spoke English and asked if we needed anything, so I couldn't bring myself to complain. We decided that we should go find a place to have lunch so we could just forget everything and start having fun. We left our stuff in our rooms and we headed out to find a place. There were a few buildings that were boarded up nearby, and we had so many eyes on us. It wasn't a good feeling, so I tried to keep Erica close. We did find a place to eat, and most of the time there, the girls talked, and I joined in every once in a while. I tried involving O as well, but he wasn't interested. He was on his phone most of the time, and would look over at L sometimes, and she would just quiet down. I was starting to not get a good feeling about this guy. Little things like this would happen everywhere we went. We would start having fun, but he wasn't hardly laughing or joining in. He was on his phone. A lot. On the second night, we went out to have drinks. This was the first time that he started loosening up and was kind of fun to be around. However, L now started looking nervous. Sure enough, we all learned he was not a fun drunk to be around. After a while, he became really aggressive, groping and being inappropriate with not only L, but the server as well. When confronted by another server, he became angry, was yelling and threatening them. I tried to calm him down, but he acted like I was the enemy too. He did end up punching someone there, and of course we were kicked out fast. Of course, being the foreigners, people must have seen us as a problem, so other places weren't letting us in. So we got screwed. I told Erica we should probably just go back to our room for the night, which she agreed. L asked if we all wanted to just hang out together, and O refused. We all went to our separate ways. I could tell Erica wasn't feeling good about this either, so we went back to our rooms. It didn't take long, but we started hearing a lot of loud bangs, like doors slamming. Erica asked me to go with her to check on them. I didn't hesitate. Our room was in the same hall, opposite side and two down. We could tell as we got closer the banging and now the yelling was coming from their room. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. However, all the noise stopped. I knocked again, no answer. Erica shouted out asking Elle if she wanted a soda from the machine, and the door finally opened. It was O. He didn't have a shirt on, his hair was a mess, and he had, scratch marks on his chest. Erica tried to play dumb. I know her, she's not the confrontational type, but not me. I immediately asked where Elle was, and he said it wasn't any of my business, and tried to stop me from coming into his room. I tried to push my way through when he immediately slugged me. All I remember after that was going at it for what had to be a few moments when Erica yelled for me. I managed to get O back enough to get the door closed and him out. He was trying his damnedest to break that door down. When I got over there, Elle was in the bathroom curled up in a ball with blood all over her face and welts and other marks on her arms. Erica said that we had to call the cops, but I said we needed to figure out a way to get out before he got in because the windows didn't open. After what seemed like forever, the slamming finally stopped. I went and checked the door, and he wasn't there. I opened the door quietly to make sure he wasn't hiding around the corner. When it was clear, we took Elle to our room so we could figure out what we needed to do next. That's when she told us that O had been abusive for a very long time, but he hadn't gotten this physical before. She said that she had tried to avoid being alone because she knew that he was already so pissed off and it wasn't going to end well. They went to their room, and she went to take a shower, and that's when he laid into her. She also said that she doesn't know where he got it from since he's been here, but he pulled out a knife on her and told her he would leave her here and that no one would find her. Again, Erica suggested that we call the cops, and we did, But they didn't do much, as expected, because he was nowhere to be found. We, of course, suggested that she stay in our room tonight and then we would just go home tomorrow. Problem was, Elle's passport and belongings were in her room. The police were still there, so we asked them to stay long enough to get her stuff to make sure that he didn't show up. But somehow, he managed to get back into their room in between them and took almost everything. He took her purse, including her wallet, which had her money, cards, and ID in her suitcase, but luckily not her carry-on, which she hid under her side of the bed, and in which she kept her passport. Unfortunately, she expected this to happen, and wanted to be safe in case something did. We slept the most we could. We started packing up to leave the next morning, and I told the girls to stay in their room, and I would make sure our taxi to the airport was here because, of course, he took the car. I was glad I didn't put it in my name, but I felt bad that Elle did, because who knows what he was going to do with it. The path was clear, so I walked our stuff out to the car and got the girls in, when I noticed a car in the parking lot just sitting there. And it was him. I tried to stay calm and rush the girls in without telling them. I didn't want to worry anyone, but I did text Erica to let her know, so at least she knew the situation. The dude followed us all the way to the airport. He sat there in the car, though, and didn't get out, which was odd. I shuffled them out, got into the airport, and tried to buy tickets as fast as we could. I had to use a credit card, but I didn't care. I wasn't feeling too good about this, and Erica could see the fear in me. Unfortunately, the closest thing we could find was a flight to the neighboring state that was starting to board, and I just took it so we could get the hell out of there. We stayed in South Carolina for the night, and then flew home from there. Sadly, Elle had to stop her credit cards and her debit card because he apparently tried to get home too. Erica told me that Elle filed a restraining order and never heard from him again, thankfully. But news always spreads. We found out that he was arrested on domestic battery charges a few years later. I hope that girl was just as lucky to get away from him, though. Overall, don't go on vacation, especially somewhere you've never been, with somebody that you hardly know. This happened to me a few years ago, and I've learned my lesson. Me and a group of friends from school decided to take a spring break trip, since we were graduating and wanted to do something wild for a change. We settled on, where else but Florida. Beaches, drinks, and whatever else it brings us. We set up our plans, we wait a grueling week or so for it to come, and we finally head out. We got there. The hotel was great. There was a bar in the hotel, but what would be the fun in that? So we headed out, grabbed some pizza, and scattered out the area for nearby bars and other interesting places. We found a bar that we decided to stop in, and looks are deceiving. It was a lot smaller inside than it looked. There was a short bar on one side, a few old rickety booths, and a long table along the side with bar stools, and those little touchscreen games. There were more older people in there, but we were tired and just wanted to have a good time for our first night. There were a few women who looked to be about our age playing pool, so we thought we'd give it a shot. Me and my two friends grabbed drinks and headed over to the girls. They allowed us to stay, and we played a few rounds with them. It was a lot of fun, but apparently we were too loud for them, so after giving us multiple warnings, we decided to leave. It was already late, so we split from there. I unfortunately didn't get any phone numbers, but At least I had 3 more days to try. The next night was fun. The third night was where things got weird. We found a VR game cafe and we hung out there for a while. We had lunch and then decided that we would get a couple packs of beer, a cooler, and then head out to the beach. It was normal, and we found a spot. One of my friends rented a surfboard and decided he would try it out. That idiot has never surfed in his life, so it was more fun for us to watch him fall over every time. There was a group of people playing beach volleyball, so after a few beers, I decided I was okay with making a fool out of myself, too. I joined in for a while, and then we stopped to get something to eat, and more drinks since what we had wouldn't last. One of the girls offered to have us go back to her condo to continue partying, and, of course, we're not passing that up. When we got there, there were already a few people there. That was a blast from what I remember. I know we had more shots, games, lots of stupid dares, but that's about all I can remember from that night. The next morning, I woke up under a tree, in a parking lot of a thrift store. The only thing I was wearing was my swim trunks, and I had a set of keys in my pocket that were not mine. My scalp also seemed really irritated, and that's when I realized my hair had been colored blue. It was coming off of my hand, so I figured it was the spray stuff, but I still don't remember any of that happening. I tried to look around and place myself, but I didn't recognize any of the buildings or street names. It doesn't help that I'm not from Florida either. So, yes, I was a little concerned. The thrift store wasn't open, it seemed, so I walked across the street to a gas station to see if they could help me, or at least tell me where the hell I was. The lady at the register looked annoyed, like she must have been used to this kind of thing. Honestly, but she was nicer than I expected. She actually told me the hotel I was at was about 6 or 7 miles from where we were, so thankfully, I was in the same state and not too far. I didn't have any money or my cell phone on me, so I couldn't call my friends, nor could I pay for anything, so I was about to be screwed. The cashier was hesitant about letting me use the store's phone at first, but she finally let me. I tried calling my friend. They didn't answer, so I had no choice but to start walking. It gave me some time to try to remember what happened, but I legit don't remember anything after the shots, and then my friend trying to jump over the concrete wall in the back. My head was starting to hurt, and I was getting tired and thirsty, so I tried my luck at hitchhiking. I can't say I blame anyone for not stopping for me, some guy in swimming trunks and sloppy blue dyed hair, but someone finally did. It was an older lady in some beat-up pickup truck. I told her the best I could where I was heading. She reminded me of my grandma, so it was hard to explain that I got blackout drunk and didn't know where I was. She was nervous, of course, but ultimately told me to ride in the back of the bed, and she would take me to the hotel. I got there, and thankfully the front desk lady remembered me, somehow, so she got me back into my room since I didn't have my key or my ID. None of my friends were there, though, and I was just hoping they didn't end up in the same position as myself. I took a shower and got dressed, and I'm not gonna lie, I crashed. I was exhausted and my head was still killing me. I, however, woke up to my friend throwing a bottle of water at me. Apparently they made it as far as the lobby, passed out on the couches and were told to leave or go to their rooms if they were staying there. They then got up and went looking for me, while I made it back here. Unfortunately, the shower didn't get all the blue hair dye out, and they said they don't remember me ever doing that, nor did they have any clue whose keys I had. None of us drove or rented a car, and our house keys were in our suitcases. We kinda kicked back the last night to recover, and try to remember what the hell happened. But we still can't. To make it even weirder, as we were checking out, the guy at the front desk said there was a note left for me. Shockingly, it was my ID wrapped in a Burger King receipt that was 2 months old, with a lipstick print on it. He was able to match the name on the ID to me since the room was in my name. So, overall, I lost a night that I can't remember. I lost my wallet and I gained a set of keys that I still have, because now it's a reminder that I will never do something so stupid again. Hello, my name is Dalton, and this is a memory I think I need to tell. It has sit with me for a long time, and I don't wish this to happen to anyone. Now, a little about me. I have lived in a cemetery and have experienced a wide variety of paranormal or unusual things that have happened, and none of those could compare to this. I can handle weird things. They don't usually bother me as much as it would a normal person. I hate to even think of what happened. It makes me sick to my stomach. So, here are the events that took place in late March of 2013. First night. Me, 16, and my friend Cody, 19, and Cameron, 15, got up at around 1 p.m. in the afternoon on March 12th. We had all been hanging out the last few days and figured we would invite some girls to go camping and go find a remote place to swim and drink and have a little party. Well, that was the plan anyway. We have all camped out and went way out into the forest before, so we were definitely experienced when it comes to camping. Cody, being the aspiring survivalist, was really good at finding food or making shelter, so we would be dropped off for days at a time with little to no worries about anything. Not to mention all of us were dropouts, so we didn't have school to worry about, so time wasn't a problem. All we had to do was enjoy life. So, we make these plans and borrowed 2 tents from Cody's parents, and we had asked his parents where a really secluded place would be in the woods and water would be near. Their parents name a few places, and we weren't really interested in any that they had suggested until Cody's mom had said, "Hey, hun, what about over there, off the Slaughterhouse Road?" At that point, Cody's dad said, "No, they can't go there. That's too far away, and you remember how it's just really odd out there," which piqued our interest immediately. So we start asking about this place, and he tells us the nearest gas station is almost 30 miles away. That this place was down an old highway, and then you turn down a dirt road and drive for 20 miles on that road, and there isn't but one house halfway down that is abandoned. At the end of this road, there's a creek and an abandoned slaughterhouse that the roof was collapsed in on, and we would be surrounded by really thick woods. After some arguing and convincing, he agreed to take us as long as we only stayed until Monday, which would only be 2 days. So with that in mind, we had found some girls who would meet us down there later that night, and we got our stuff loaded up in the back of the truck and took off down that way. We stop at the gas station to get some snacks and beer and drinks, and we continue on our way. Now, when we get to the road, I looked for a road name, and I just couldn't see one on it. It looked as if the road was never named, which didn't really strike me as odd at the time, so we were about 10 miles into this road, and we come across the abandoned house that was just off the right on the long, winding road. I happened to notice that there was still a mower and gardening supplies that were in the yard, so I took note of that, and figured me and my friends could come back and scavenge the area and maybe find something cool to keep. Finally, after what seems like forever, we made it down to the slaughterhouse in a riverbed, and it was really pretty. The water is see-through, and you can see the bottom and see fish, and the overall landscape was amazing. We can't believe why no one is down there because of how the scenery is. It should be a well-known camping spot. But again, not much thought about it. We figured we just got a whole new spot to pretty much have to ourselves and to take over. So we immediately get out and get our things and start to explore and unpack. Now, it's about 6 during the day. The women are supposed to meet us around 8:30, so we start walking around and exploring. Now, at this point, everything is pretty much set up, and we explore the nearby area. Me and Cody like our beer, so we start drinking and fishing. Cameron, on the other hand, wasn't really a drinker, and he was more or less a loner. And we pulled him into our little group to try to pull him out of his shell. Me and Cody were pretty popular. We just didn't find big groups fun. So me and him kinda just hung out with the 3 of us, though we could have had more. Me and Cody more or less felt free in the woods, and we were definitely the outdoorsy types. Cameron was just there because he had no one else to hang out with. He didn't really enjoy being in the wilderness, but he enjoyed being with us. Well, 7:30 comes by and the girls call us and say they're heading this way. So we go to tell Cody's parents that they can take off. As Cody's dad starts to leave, he calls Cody over and hands him his .44 revolver, and then says, "Last time we were here, we heard a lot of coyotes, so keep this nearby and use your head while being out here. You're further away than you guys are used to." Then he begins to pull off. We weren't worried about it, because there was always calling his dad to get us if something were to go wrong. There was barely signal out here, but if you stood on one of the big hills, you could get just enough to text or call at 1 or 2 spots. So, we wait to hear from the girls. They say they're almost there. We begin to make the fire as the sun was beginning to set. The girls finally arrive and we all start hanging out, drinking, and just having an overall good time. Everything was great until 12:30 a.m. rolled around, and we're all in separate tents with whatever girl we had got with that night. Me and this one girl, Savannah, is who I was with. She keeps saying she's creeped out and that she's hearing things walking around our tent. I kept telling her it was probably Cody or Cameron, and to quit worrying about it. Then, an hour later, I do hear what sounds like footsteps walking around the tent. And by this time, I should note that Savannah is asleep beside me. So, I'm just listening to them kind of slowly prance around. I'm not really concerned, so I just say, "You still drinking, Cody?" To which I get no response. So I just keep listening, and it dawns on me that there is an extra step for every step, which means that it's an animal. And after a minute, I come to the conclusion it is a deer. So I call out to Cody, whose tent is 40 feet from mine on the other side of Cameron's. He calls back asking if I hear it too. As soon as I said that, the animal knocked over a beer can and boom, trots away. Me and Cody get out of our tents shortly after, and we start looking around. We don't really see any tracks. It was like there was nothing there outside the tent when we knew we heard something. The ground was soft, so we should see tracks, but it was whatever. We finally get back in the tent and fall asleep, until 3:30 comes around and we hear thunder in the distance. And this was due to a pop-up storm, and all of us were woken up. So now, we're all outside of our tents watching this storm roll in, and hoping it won't get bad, because our area was really easy for these storms to get really bad really quick. But the storm was just barely moving alongside us, so we could just see the lightning and hear the thunder. There was no rain. After about 20 minutes of listening to the storm and chatting, One of the other girls noticed something in the woods, and it looks like a pair of eyes. We start looking closer and staring, and sure enough, it was a set of eyes. Cody grabs the gun and keeps it on him as we watch the eyes watch us. We're a little on edge, but don't think it's much more than a dog or other animal that has been in contact with humans. As we're watching them, they all of a sudden slowly start to stand up to around 6 foot tall. And then we were worried. Cody fired off a warning shot and yells, telling the animal to get out of there. The eyes don't even flinch. So now he decides to take aim and fire again. Slowly the eyes turn and head back into the woods, and we hear this loud crunching from how big this animal is, and it's breaking branches as it slowly walks off. We all are just still sitting there in mild shock, trying to make sense of what that animal was, when we hear this very loud, ear-ringing howl coming from the direction of the animal, which freaks the girls out enough for them to say nope, and they all pack up and are about to go home. They get in their car, and they ask if we want to go, which we figured, yeah, we might want to go, but at the same time, we could just go home in the morning. So we're debating on staying or going, and we finally decide to stay, and we convince ourselves that it was just a bear. We all go to our tents, and are just as silent to the point to where we all knew we were awake and freaked out, and we couldn't sleep. Around 30 minutes later, we hear things moving and walking around in the woods. It's important to note that when nightfall came that night, all the wildlife went silent. It was so quiet that your ears would ring occasionally. But somehow, we all managed to fall asleep, and then sunrise came. We woke up and we all started making breakfast. Now that it was daylight, we weren't really freaked out anymore, and me and Cody started making jokes about the night before. Cameron was not joking. He was still really scared. After calling him a wimp enough, he finally said that sometime in the night he awoke to something standing over his tent, and he could just hear breathing. Really, really deep breathing. We thought he was lying, but we left it alone until Cody walked back to where he said he had seen something stand over his tent, and right there were 2 huge footprints, at least a foot wide and 2 feet long. After that, we kind of just didn't speak. We just kind of ignored it and covered it up so it wouldn't scare Cameron. We went on about our day and finally started having fun again. We decided instead of going home, we would stay another night, despite what happened, and everything was fine the rest of the day. Night 2. We're almost ready to lay down when Cody puts out the obvious. Again, the woods fell silent at night. So we said let's just go to sleep as fast as we could, and then wake up and get out of there tomorrow. We were all on edge, but somehow managed to go to sleep sometime during the night, and then we were awoken by someone screaming at the top of their lungs. Me and Cody jumped out of our tents as fast as we could, and Cameron's tent was literally ripped open and thrown 10 feet into the water. Cody grabs his gun, and he takes off running, screaming for Cameron. We were following the screaming. Finally, after about 2 miles, we then find him running and cut up. He's bleeding, and he has a broken arm. We grab him and we start running as fast as we could along this access road, and behind us in the woods a little way back, we hear something trailing us. Cody fires 2 shots toward it as we're running. We ran so far that we made it to the abandoned house, and we barricaded ourselves inside as Cody was making the phone call to his parents. He finally gets a hold of them, and they start rushing toward us. Unfortunately, they're still an hour away. So now, we had to hope that we made it through that entire hour. We're scared that thing is gonna burst through the door any minute and just kill us all. But 30 minutes go by and there's no sign of this creature whatsoever. We keep looking out windows and we don't see anything. Cameron has yet to say a word since we found him. Then, Cody looks out the window, and there, right out of the woodlands on the edge of the trees, is that creature's eyes. We all panic. Cody realizes he only has 2 rounds left in the gun. We watch the creature for what seems like forever, and then our worst nightmares happen as it starts running toward us and walking around the house. It's banging on the walls and the windows. We never could get a clear glimpse of what this thing was, and I'm almost happy that I didn't. Finally, we see headlights and the banging stops. His dad gets out and starts firing an AR-15 repeatedly, at least 2 clips before screaming for us to hurry and get in the truck. We all were silent on the way to the hospital. We get there, Cameron was admitted, and we all kind of knew not to say anything that actually happened on the account of us sounding crazy. So Cody and all of us went back to the house. We didn't sleep very good that night, but somehow did sleep some. Finally, in the morning, we asked Cameron if he got a good look at the creature and what it was, and he said he was asleep and then dragged out of his tent by his arms, which then broke it. And it dragged him over a mile before it dropped him, and he started running towards us. He said that whatever it was taller than him, it was covered in hair, and had these really big, yellow, glowing eyes. To this day, we've never gone back there, and I will never go back, for no reason whatsoever. Whether you guys believe me or not, I could care less. Just don't go to a place like what I described. I just needed to get this off my chest, and even now as I'm typing this, I'm looking over my shoulder. To this day, I have nightmares of what could have happened to us. After that, we all kind of drifted apart, and we never really hung out after that or told the story that I'm aware of. Do you guys have any clue what this could have been? Or have you had any similar experience? These are my encounters with the creatures known as dogmen while I was living in Kentucky. They still haunt me to this day, and I thought I would share them with you all. Story number 1. I was 8 years old living in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. It was the summer of 2012, and it was a hot one. One summer night, I woke at around 11:30 to 12, and I was sweating like hell, so I walked over to the window to crack it. That's when I saw something in the tree line by our stock pond. We owned no animals other than a small terrier, but the previous owners were commercial farmers. I watched for about 5 minutes before it emerged, and when it did, I was horrified. It was a wolf-like creature, about 6 to 7 feet tall, partially covered in dark gray hair that shone in the light of the full moon. It walked out on 2 legs, and then very quickly dropped to all 4s and ran the 100 or so yards to the stock pond in mere seconds. It drank for a while, and then stood up on 2 legs again, and I got a really good look at it. The thing was horrible looking. The fur was all patchy, it was very skinny, and it looked like it was covered in some kind of injuries. Years later, when I saw that 3rd Harry Potter movie for the first time, and I saw the werewolf, that's almost exactly what it looked like. It then took off across the old cornfield and into the woods on the other side. I'd heard stories of the creatures, but never really believed them until that night. I heard a week later, while out around town with my folks, that there'd been an attack on a nearby farm, and 3 hogs, 1 horse had been eaten and ripped to shreds. This was my first, but not my last, encounter with the dogman. Story number 2. I caught glimpses of the things consistently ever since that first sighting, but never got another good look at one of them until fall of 2015, a month before we moved to Maine. It was dusk, and I was outside with some of my friends playing with our Nerf guns, as young boys do, and those were the good days. Anyways, after a while we got bored and we started a fire. We told dirty jokes and laughed for a while, but then we started hearing noises in the woods, and the laughter died down. We all retreated to the woodshed and armed ourselves with axes, pitchforks, and the like, before returning to the fire. About 10 minutes later, something rustled in the woods about 20 yards behind us, but no one dared to look and see what the hell it was. Finally, my friend Jeremy turned around to look, and the scream he let out could have brought down the barn roof. That's when we all turned around and saw one of them, except this one was much taller. I would say 8.5 to 9 foot tall, and it was pure muscle with gray hair. It was on all fours sniffing around the barn, but when Jeremy screamed, the thing looked right at us. It stood up on its 2 legs and it snarled. That's when my dad came out of the house with his shotgun and screamed, "What in God's name is going on?" We all just pointed and screamed, and then he looked at it and yelled, "Go on, get," and shot at it twice. It ran into the woods yelping, as I think it may have been hit. We all went inside and locked the doors. My dad sat in his chair with the shotgun the whole night, and I swear I could hear scratching along the outside of the house until daylight. Turns out, when we went outside the next morning, there were claw marks all over the side of the house. After that, everything was quiet until we moved, and I've never seen anything like that since. The story takes place about 10 or so years ago, back when I was around 18 years old, and I was a much more fit and active young man. Back then, I lived in the northern part of Oklahoma, which was where I was born and raised for pretty much the first half of my life. This area was gorgeous, and I lived near a certain Native American reservation. And it was a really lovely place with a lot of wilderness and trails and woods. I didn't live on the reservation myself, but I lived in an area near it, and I had a lot of friends that did live there, including my then boyfriend, Zach. I was super serious about nature back then. I would honestly hike and bike through the recreation area, and I spent so many of my younger years in that natural area. I spent so much time there that I would say that I had memorized all the trails and paths throughout. I would spend entire days on the trails sometimes, heading out around 10 or 11 in the morning, and then wouldn't get home until dinner, or when the sun was setting. As I said, my boyfriend lived on the reservation, and he was great about going out to the trails with me, but at the same time, he just wasn't as big of a trail nerd as I was. There would be times when I would head over to his place to spend time with him, but would end up biking down on the trails later in the afternoon. He would typically just stay home and do whatever he was doing. Because of this, I was usually alone in the woods, just me, my thoughts, and a bunch of trees. While I loved each of the trails and spent a lot of the time going as far into the forest as I could, and then went out to find new areas, there was one specific trail that I was very partial to. I don't remember if the trail had a name, but this trail I personally dubbed the Downstream Path. I named it as such because it went alongside a stream, and it was downhill. which was super creative, right? And this trail was my favorite for a handful of reasons. The path was beautiful. There were trees on one side and the stream on the other. You could get a lot of speed as you took the downhill, and it was mostly remote, so there was very little risk of ever crashing into another person or running into other hikers. On the specific day of this event, I was riding the trails alone. It was really early in the day. I don't recall the exact time, but Zach wasn't awake yet. And there was no other foot traffic on the path. I was riding the trails and was just happily taking in the morning air and enjoying the cool breeze when I came up toward the hill where the downstream path started. I was really feeling the cool air that day, and there was seriously nobody on the path, so I figured, why not just hop on the trail and go crazy with it? I hopped over to the top of the hill and stared down at the lower parts of the forest. There was a thin haze that was rising over the stream and through the trees, and it was just absolutely lovely. I geared up for the downhill and then took off. I was riding down the hill and picking up speed, and was probably going way too fast for my own personal safety. I was taking the bends and curves tightly as I approached them, and feeling the energy and adrenaline of the ride. When I took one of the curves way too fast and too sharp, and as I was trying to straighten out the wheel and regain my bearings, I hit a bump, and I ended up ditching the bike and landing in a small section of the woods flat on my back, just staring straight up at the morning sky. I was just sitting there, lying on my back, staring up at the dark blue and tops of the trees. I was trying to catch my breath and sort through what exactly happened as the moment of fog slowly lifted out of my brain. Landing square on your back after crashing out at a high speed will absolutely make you see stars, and it will make it to where the moment feels like the world is spinning. To be honest, the whole thing was almost comfortable. Until I started to hear the sounds of the forest after a few moments. Then I started hearing what sounded like heavy steps somewhere around me. Steps that had some real weight and heft behind them. While I ignored them for a couple of seconds, my thoughts went through what it could be, and then it occurred to me that I was in the forest in Oklahoma, which meant that there was a real possibility of it being a black bear. I quickly sat up and looked around me for a bear, but honestly didn't see anything at first. After sitting confused and trying to see exactly what it was, again, still thinking it was a bear, I saw what was actually making the sounds. And while it was not a bear, I kind of wish it was. In the forest line, around 30 or so feet from me, there was something, some sort of creature that was standing by the stream. This thing stood to be at least 6 or 7 foot tall. Its entire body was covered in dark brown hair that it was a bit matted and coarse. Its mouth was elongated, and it had large pulled back ears. And while it wasn't snarling, I could see that it had fairly large teeth. It had the stature of a man to some extent, but it was taller and lankier than any man I had ever seen. If I had to describe it in fewer words, I would say this damn thing looked like a stereotypical werewolf. This thing, it was just standing there and staring at me. Kind of like it was trying to size me up and determine if I was worth its time. The entire time, which was probably only a few seconds, my heart was racing, and I could feel myself starting to hyperventilate in a panic. I was trying to stay still, and I was trying to remain calm, but this thing could have killed me. And I honestly thought that I was about to die. Thankfully, after those few moments, this thing slowly knelt down and just stepped away from me, back towards the stream. Each step he took, though, made my heart skip a beat and felt like it pulled the air from my lungs. When I was certain that he was far enough away that it was no longer interested in me, I slowly stood up, grabbed my bike, and slowly stepped back towards the trail. Then I hopped on and took off like a bat out of hell. When I got back to Zach's house, he could tell that I was freaking out, and he asked me what was going on. I told him about how I was riding the trail and how I'd crashed, and then I told him that I saw a weird creature in the woods. I described it as best I could, pretty much like a werewolf. Then, out of nowhere, Zach says, "Oh, you mean like a dog man?" Then he goes to tell me that there have been sightings of the dog man in the woods on the reservation. Then he goes on to drop the bombshell that I was lucky, because apparently this creature could have torn me to shreds, and no one would have ever found my body. I love to go hiking in the winter, mostly through large patches of wood near where I live. Mostly because most people don't go hiking when it's cold out, and especially not when it's snowing. Because of this, I can usually enjoy around an hour or two just walking the paths and feeling the cold air as it rushes against my skin. And I can usually get some really pretty pictures of the snowfall and various woodland creatures. Out here, you can typically see a couple squirrels, some cardinals, and every once in a while, a deer. While I usually don't see anyone else along the paths, and it's incredibly quiet in the area, sometimes you do run into random people. And typically it's light conversation, and you both move on with your day. Nothing about this area or park or these paths have ever screamed creepy or strange to me. And that's not to say there haven't been a few strange things that haven't happened, and I haven't run into a few people that I would consider out there. I think the strangest thing I ever found on the path, other than what the story was about, was one of those fancy rocks that people paint to leave behind on the trails that was painted to look like a skull. It was actually pretty neat. I found it, took a picture of it, and I left it on another part of the trail. I also once found a Bible in the middle of the path, which I guess some people could think that's creepy. I just assumed that someone dropped it. There was one day that I decided to go for a walk with my dog out in the park, just after a fairly heavy snowfall. It had been snowing pretty much all night, and all morning, so there were a few inches of accumulation. I laced up my boots and got my dog ready for the cold, then we headed out the door and went towards the nearby woods. Honestly, it was gorgeous out that day. The ground was blanketed in white, the sky was a bit of a gray-blue, and everything else had that pale reflective color it gets when there's snow on the ground. What's even better, when I got out to the path, it was completely silent, the only exception being the birds singing. If I could give a description of Zen, it would have been that morning in the woods. So, my pup and I are walking the path, as we have many times before, and just overall enjoying the view. He's more so enjoying the snow piles off to the side. We get about halfway through the path when I see something up ahead in a small clearing. It's small, and it has a bit of a glint to it, but I don't really think much of it at first. Maybe it's just something that someone dropped at some point. I just kept walking the trail and moving forward, toward whatever that was. When I got closer, I noticed that it wasn't the only thing that was there. As I stepped toward the object, I noticed that there was something written in the snow. In the snow by the trail, in a flattened part of the ground, was the phrase, "I'm sorry." It was written as if someone had gotten down on their knees and used their hands to write it out in the snow. The only problem with that is the fact that there were no footsteps anywhere else on the path or near the writing. With the exception of where that was written, The snow on the path and in the clearing was completely undisturbed. It was as if either the person who wrote this wasn't touching the ground at all, or the snow fell in every single place other than where it was written. Either way, something weird had certainly happened in that spot. To compound the weirdness, the object that was next to the message in the snow, it was a photograph, an old one, of a little girl. It looked like the photo was from the 70s or 80s based on the clothing and how faded it was, and the frame was a fairly fancy one. It was metal. And while some people may think that the message and picture in the snow wasn't creepy, it absolutely freaked me the hell out. I took my dog and we immediately walked back to the apartment. I have no idea who was in that picture, and I have no idea how anyone was able to write a message in the snow without leaving footprints, but I didn't go walking that path again until after the snow had melted. And no, the picture wasn't there anymore, thankfully. In my 45 years on this earth, I've kind of been everywhere throughout the continental US. Most people would refer to me as a drifter. I like to look at myself as more of an adventurer. I've never locked myself down to one place, and I've always lived my life to the fullest extent that I could while enjoying the sights and scenery that most people ignore. I know that most people don't have the ability to do what I do with my time, but I have enough money to live, and I seriously enjoy not being chained to any one location. I've hiked and backpacked and camped pretty much in every state, but I'm partial to the West Coast more than anything. It has some of the most beautiful untouched wilderness that's out there. I've spent some of my favorite nights camping in the woods up near Montana, all by myself. And that said, if you spend enough time in the woods by yourself, you are absolutely bound to find something weird. There was one trip in particular that sticks out in my mind that is worth talking about. On one of my camping trips, I found a perfect area of woods that was comfortable and empty. Well, I thought it was empty until I got about a quarter or a half mile into the woods and found what appeared to be an abandoned community. That might not be the right word, but by it I mean there were small houses just outside of the tree line in a completely secluded and surrounded area. This was a place that houses seriously had no business being, yet here they were. I admit, I checked out the small community, and again, I'm only using that word because I cannot think of a better way to describe it. It wasn't a town or a village. It was just 4 houses that looked old as hell and run down sitting inside of a forest clearing. Behind one of the houses was a small playground that looked legitimately run down, like there hadn't been a child to play on the equipment in a couple of decades. The climbing equipment and the monkey bars were nothing more now than a tetanus nightmare. The merry-go-round thing, or whatever you call it, it didn't go around whatsoever. The center part of it was completely rusted and seized in place. There were a handful of toys that were strewn around the playground area, but they were all broken or sun-bleached. At this point, I had decided in my mind that this place was, likely, sufficiently abandoned, and I went to check out one of the houses next. I went to the house next door, and I peered in through the back door window. Despite the window being dirty and there being a curtain, I could see that there was, in fact, still furniture in the house. I could see part of a living room, and from where I was, there was a chair, an old couch, and an old CRT television that was sitting in the corner of the room. Then I did the illegal thing that I probably shouldn't have, and I broke into the house. I say broke in, but I just more so walked in. The back door was unlocked. The first room in the door was what appeared to be a mudroom with a washer and dryer in it. There was a half-empty box of detergent sitting on the washer and some dryer sheets on the dryer, but nothing too crazy in this room. Then I walked into the kitchen area where the door led, and honestly, that's where it got a bit strange. The cabinets were all closed, but as I opened them, they were full. There was a pantry that was filled with old-looking canned foods. There were dishes in the strainer next to the sink, but none in the sink itself. There was a dining room table that had places set with a vase that had plastic flowers in the middle. Nothing about it really screamed abandoned, other than the significant layer of dust on everything. I pushed on into the house, and it all just got weirder by the room. There were pictures on the walls, photos, and what looked like paintings on canvas that looked like they were hand-done. The bedrooms all had beds that were made, and there were clothes in the dressers. On top of that, there was a laundry basket in the hallway that had clothing in it. Now, I understand to some people that this may not sound weird or creepy, but all of the houses in that area were similar to this one in that they were furnished and full of random belongings, but they were also a bit messy and fully coated in dust and dirt. It was completely clear that they were all abandoned. These houses were not in use, and they hadn't been for quite a long time. The dishes by the sink in the first house tells me that whoever lived here probably left in the hurry, or at least with expectation of coming back. These houses were completely abandoned, and they were abandoned in a hurry. The people that left, they left all of their belongings, their food, their furniture, etc. I have no idea why anyone would have done that, and I can't think of any scenario where someone would have to leave their homes permanently in that state. If anyone has any thoughts, I'm open to hearing them. This story takes place back whenever I was a teenager. Back then, I lived with my parents in part of South Dakota that had a lot of wilderness, and I was one to always take advantage of the woods in the area. I was all about heading out onto the trails in the woods to see what I could find out there, and I loved to spend my weekends hiking and finding new areas. We lived near a small pond that was right by a small section of woods that is then right by a cave system. I spent way too many hours of my teen years in that cave system, and honestly, I loved to spend my entire days out in the wild, just taking in the sights and sounds. That said, nothing is perfect, and there were a few close calls I had when I was young, and I thought I was invincible. I once fell from a pretty high ledge when I was 13, and I broke my arm. Thankfully, that was all I broke, because I could have died. No, that's not the scary story, just a point of note to tell you who I am as a person. A risk taker. An idiot, essentially. I used to go out and do pretty much whatever to whenever and then head home and do it all again the next day. Like I said, nothing's perfect. And I can recall 2 specific stories that made me feel like maybe spending all of my time out in the wilderness where no one knew where I was, maybe that wasn't such a great idea in the end. The first incident, it happened during one summer where there was a good amount of foot traffic in the area. Some years, there would be more tourism than others. We weren't really a tourism city, but some people that were nature buffs would stop by in the area for the scenery. Like I said, this year was one where we had seen more people in the area. On this day in particular, I wanted to go down to the pond and just watch the animals down the way. I did as I always did. I got up, got dressed, ate, and then head out to hit the path as early as I could. One thing to note, I had gone this exact same route the day before, and nothing was out of place. About a quarter of a mile into the path, I ran into the body of an animal. That may be gross to a lot of people, but living in nature kind of desensitizes you to animal death. There are so many predators out there, bears, wolves, etc., that you just kind of accept when you see a carcass. And then you put yourself in a bit of a defensive mentality in that there may be a predator nearby. Now, this kill was fairly fresh, so that as well puts you in a position where you watch your surroundings even more. The main thing I found to be odd about the carcass was that the head was missing. Again, a little bit strange, but nothing too crazy. Animals do weird things. I continue down the way and make my way toward the pond when I see something that legitimately makes me sick to my stomach. Down by the water, I see what looks like a shovel or spade, or whatever, stuck in the ground near the water's edge. And on the end of the stick that's pointed upward is the head of an animal. I'm assuming it's the head of the one that I found on the trail, as it's a deer and it also looked rather fresh. This alone was enough to scare the hell out of me, but as I got closer, I saw there were a pile of Polaroids scattered around the ground near where the shovel was. I hesitantly stepped forward to look at the pictures, and they were just as sickening as you might think. The pictures were basically each part of the timeline of how the people that killed this deer did so, and then beheaded it. There were about 15 pictures in total, and they were each taken at different points. There were 2 people, but they were wearing masks and dark clothing. Like I said, this path was clear the afternoon prior, which meant that whoever did this did so in the middle of the night. Now, I'm sure they were doing it all to be edgy, but it was absolutely disgusting. I ended up heading home and calling the police. They came and took the evidence, which was pretty much just the pictures and the shovel, and they had park services come out to clean up the scene. I'm pretty sure they never actually caught anyone, which lends more to the possibility of it being a tourist that did it. The other story I have is one that's less straightforward and is more on the probability side. Like I said, there was a cave that was down by the pond, and it was a fairly large cave. I spent many days of my summer checking it out, and I'm certain that I never found every vein that it actually had. Mostly because I didn't really try. And the situation proved that was the right way to do things. On this particular day, a friend of mine and I had decided that we would go through a part of the cave that I hadn't yet explored. And this was an idea that he'd had that I honestly wish that he hadn't. We got to the cave, and we started to explore. Pretty much nothing was out of place until we got to the back far left, and then into a vein that we had never traveled. Back in the rear vein, there was a small pocket that pretty much looked to be the size of a small room. Inside this pocket, there was what looked like a makeshift bed, made of a sleeping bag and some clothing. There were posters that were basically taped to the wall of the cave in a sloppy manner, and there were a handful of books that were scattered around. While this was creepy, the part that made it worse was that there was also a lantern lying on the ground that was still lit, which told me that whoever was staying in the cave wasn't too far away. Now, you may think, that's not that bad. It's just a homeless person making the most of what was available. The problem lies with the fact that we lived near a federal prison, and there had been a few escaped inmates in the past. And around the time that we found this, there was an inmate that had gotten through the fence and hadn't yet been caught. Odds are, what we found was a makeshift camp of an inmate that was hiding out. Of course, at the time, as a kid, I didn't realize this. We just bolted out of the cave and laughed about it. and then never went back to the cave. Or at least not deep into it. I don't live in South Dakota anymore, but if I did, well, I can promise you that I would probably still be out there every weekend, just like back then. About 3 or 4 years ago, sometime in the summer, I was driving home after visiting a friend for some gossip talk. It was around 3 in the morning, and the drive would be about 15 minutes, and I've made this trip countless times. I left my friend's house, and I was making a bit of a walk to my car. I noticed a figure standing across the large 6-lane road between us. It definitely caught my attention, but I refused to make eye contact and just got in my car and left. I made my U-turn, and I would pass right by the figure. It only took a few short seconds for me to make this turn as well, and I was curious. Within that time, the figure was gone. I grew up with childhood schizophrenia, so this occurrence didn't frighten or bother me, and I wrote it off in my mind as a simple trick of the mind. As I drove, I only had a straight shot until I got home for an easy while. I turned some music on and I stayed in the left lane. I paused for a stoplight, and my eyes wandered, and I noticed that same figure. He was standing on the sidewalk, just staring at me. Or so it felt like he was staring at me. I couldn't decipher a face no matter how long I stared. I began doing reality checks and the other mental health exercises, but they didn't falter the figure's countenance, as they normally would. It wasn't until the light turned green and I drove on, checking in my rearview mirror, that he had vanished again. I became much more aware at this point, keeping my eyes scanning the road and the sidewalk as I focused on getting to my destination. I saw him again, but this time, he was standing in the bicycle lane, by the sidewalk. I bypassed him. I was wildly curious about why I was seeing this, already making a mental note to talk to my therapist about this occurrence once getting home, just marking it off as a lapse in my mental health. There he was. He was closer. He stood in the left portion of the right-hand lane in the middle of the street. He never moved, never breathed, nothing. It just appeared that he remained staring in my direction, as if expecting me. So I passed him. I was almost halfway home, making a mental note and being glad in my mind about it before a very enormously strange and uncomfortable feeling filled my stomach. It was a feeling of both disgust and of fear. I quickly scanned everywhere around me for him, and then I saw him. He was suddenly right there, right in front of my car, and I was approaching him rapidly. I slammed on my brakes and I gripped my steering wheel tightly. My car halted with a heavy lurch, my seatbelt locking tight and my head flinging forward. I was certain anyone who saw me would think I was insane. But what happened? It was nowhere near what I expected. Within seconds of stepping down on my brakes, a car with all of its lights off rolled out backwards directly in front of me, from the mouth of one of the reservoirs that was off to the side of the road. 2 real men ran after the car and grabbed it, forcing it to stop its roll right in front of me. One was a gangly but taller man with a sunken-in face and harsh, beady eyes. The other was a bit thicker with a torn shirt and a beanie on. My headlights illuminated the interior of the front seats, and the 2 men stared holes into me as they realized the situation. My breath was caught in my throat when I noticed another male slumped over the steering wheel of the car, unmoving. His face was pointing downwards. He had very short hair and his seatbelt was near dangling him against the wheel. They saw that I had noticed him, and I did my best to tear my stare away from him. The two men pushed the car out from in front of me, and the second I had clearance, I sped off like a bat out of hell. As I was driving away, I constantly checked my rear view mirror for when they would stop pushing the car. They didn't. They pushed that car straight into the reservoir. I heard a nasty scraping sound and just did not look back. I immediately pulled off the main road and got myself home using the neighborhood streets. I wasn't sure if those men would come after me or not, and I hoped to God that they wouldn't. I got myself home, finally. I exited my car and I had the police on the phone to report what I saw. There, the dark figure stood, across the street from me again and staring darts into my soul. I ignored him and I hurried inside. The moment I got in, I locked every door and tightly shut every window. About an hour after calling the police, I heard nearly 6 different police sirens start up and fade into the distance. I don't know what I saw, but what I do know is that if that dark, shadowy figure would never have stopped in front of my car, I would have slammed into that darkened car and those 2 men in the exact second. I told my therapist what I had experienced, and she said she didn't know exactly what to make of it. I'd never seen a figure like that before. Looking at him was like looking at a floater in your eye. I just couldn't see him. I still think about this experience every time I pass that reservoir. I always have an urge to call the police to follow up, but I never feel as if they would tell me any details. It haunts me. Especially the slumped over man. There is a monster inside my head. That sounds insane, doesn't it? Well, you'll find it unsurprising then that I often question my own sanity. Please, hear me out though. This thing is very real. About a decade ago, everything was different for me. I was happy and productive youth who was filled with dreams, but something terrible happened shortly after I turned 18. I won't get into that story, as I've learned that some subjects are best left not discussed. But after the event is when the monster found me. My anguish had attracted it. In the beginning, its presence was hardly noticeable. Typically, I would write off the occasional distressing thought it brought into my mind, but eventually it became evident that something awful was amidst. I was confused at first, but after a while I gained some clarity and my confusion grew into fear. This thing, this monster, had been making me act differently. I no longer felt passion for what I used to enjoy. I had also grown to despise myself. Nothing I did or created felt good enough to me. In my eyes, I was a disgrace. Bridges I wanted to remain intact were set ablaze, leaving me isolated from those I had once been so close to. At night, its voice becomes louder. It fills my head with woeful thoughts and sours joyful memories. In fact, everything it touches bleeds its light. It leaves nothing left to shimmer. Trying to get rid of the monster only brings a greater amount of misery. In my last attempt set it into a rage and I was rendered useless. My perception of life became more and more grim until I fell out of love with it completely. As time passes, I've come to accept my predicament for what it is. I'll be stuck with this atrocity for the rest of my life. With that said, that does not mean that I will stop fighting against it. For I know it longs for my surrender, and I refuse to give it any satisfaction. This happened to me a few weeks ago, and I tried posting this to r/paranormal right after, but it kept getting removed by the auto mod. I just found this sub, so I'll try it here. I'm 29, male, and I live in a house by myself, except my girlfriend stays over most nights. I'm currently working from home, but I work the night shift, so I'm working every night until 2:30 in the morning. It was 1:20 a.m. I was just sitting on the couch in my living room. My girlfriend had gone to bed 30 minutes prior. From my spot in the living room, I can see down the hall and I have a clear view of my bedroom doorway. The bathroom is opposite of the bedroom, but I can't see it from my position. As I was working, in silence with no TV on or anything, I see and hear my girlfriend come out of the bedroom and walk across the hall to the bathroom. I don't see the light flick on or hear the door close. I don't think much of it. We're pretty comfortable with each other, and I figured she's probably just too groggy to care, and she had to go. I don't hear her going, but instead just keep hearing footsteps, like she was walking around in the bathroom, along with a bunch of noise, like she was in the drawers or the cabinets, and loudly going through things. I still didn't think it was too strange. Maybe she was looking for something. But I just kept watching the hallway to see when she came out and maybe ask her what she was doing. I waited and waited, but she didn't come out. I would hear footsteps and or her going through things, and they would pause for a moment, and then it would happen again. This went on for a few minutes before I decided I was just going to get up and see what was going on. I walked across the room, but right before I got to the bathroom, the noises stopped. I looked in, I turned on the light, and there was no one there. I turned around and peeked into the bedroom, and my girlfriend was lying in bed fast asleep. I was so dumbfounded that I just stood there for a minute and didn't move. I asked her the next day if she ever got up to go to the bathroom. She said no. I told her about my story, and she had no explanation. And neither do I. This is the strangest and most unexplainable thing that I've ever experienced. If it was just seeing something move in the corner of my eye or hearing one noise, I could write it off as my mind playing tricks on me, or something else. But I saw this clearly, and the noises lasted for several minutes. I've made other posts about some of my paranormal experiences, but this is the most frightening thing that I've ever seen. This happened when I was about 7. The year would have been around 2003. We lived in an apartment at the time, and I was asleep in my room. I woke up, I walked out into the hallway to go downstairs, but I stopped, because I saw my parents and my little sister sitting in my parents' room beside their bed. The way their room was set up, the foot of the bed was in front of their doorway, so I was facing them. They were all sitting straight up against the headboard with their legs out on the bed, and when they saw me, they didn't speak, but they started frantically waving at me to come into the room like they were really excited. They had huge smiles. I started to run into the room to see what was going on and why they were so excited, but as soon as I hit the doorway, I felt dread. That was the first time in my life I had experienced that kind of fear. I stood in the doorway watching them, just too horrified to move. They stopped waving, and their smiles kept getting bigger and started to look very exaggerated and unnatural. Their eyes turned solid black like holes in their faces, and then they started getting up without changing their expression or turning their faces from me. The dad doppelganger stood up from the bed and stared to walk toward me while the sister and mom leaned forward and started to crawl down the bed. Their movements almost looked mechanical. It was very inhuman. I watched until the dad had made it around to the foot of the bed, and the mom and sister were starting to step onto the floor. Then I ran out of the room and downstairs. My mom and sister were in the living room, but my dad wasn't even home. I told my mom what I saw, and she said it was just a dream. I was so afraid that I just tried to forget about it, but I've never been able to. I'm pretty positive it was not a dream because I can remember waking up, getting out of bed, leaving my room, and before seeing it. I've had other experiences, even psychic phenomena, but this is the only thing that's ever felt absolutely evil. As an adult, I occasionally have sleep paralysis and even dream loops that can get pretty scary, but I wasn't a kid who had a lot of nightmares, and that's the only time I can recall ever acting like that over something. I asked my mom about it a while back, and she said she remembered me crying over it and being really upset and insisting that it wasn't a dream. I'm not sure if these things would be considered doppelgangers or some sort of mimic energy, and I have no idea why they were there or why I saw them. So, I have a few kind of weird stories from my childhood. I used to, and sometimes still do, confuse dreams with reality, or mix things up. Maybe I'm searching for something when I'm awake, but I can't find it. So when I go to sleep, I search and find the thing while dreaming. And then I wake up and search in the same place I did when I was dreaming, and there it is, the thing I was searching for. I don't know if that's weird or normal. Anyways, I remember one time I was sleeping with my grandma in her room, and a lady came up to me to show me something in the backyard. I was scared of everything when I was little, but I still went with her. I don't know why. She looked nice. She had dark hair and a white flowy dress, like fancy pajamas. She opened the door and we walked together. My grandma always closed the door at night, but then something woke me up. My eyes were open, so it felt like I was snapping back into reality instead of waking up. Maybe I was sleeping with my eyes open. In the door, it was half open. Like I said, my grandma never left the door open at night. She even locked it sometimes because she was scared of ghosts. So when I wake up and see the door open, I got scared. It was almost 4 a.m., so I stayed awake until everyone else woke up. I was playing with my friends out in the street. It was like 5 p.m., and then it started raining like crazy, and the sky got completely black. Everyone ran into their house. I got into mine, and it was completely alone. My family wasn't there. So I tried to turn on all the lights, but the power's out. I'm freaking out because I'm scared of the dark and I feel uneasy. So I run to my grandma's room because it's the closest and has a lantern and candles. There was another room in the back of the house that I hated because it scared the crap out of me. So when I get to my grandma's room, I try to open the door, but it won't open. It's like it's locked from the inside. But there's no one home. I keep trying and trying to stay calm, but it's not working. I then start crying and panicking while trying to open the door, and I push it with all of my strength, but still nothing. So while crying and frantically trying to open the damn door, I start saying, "Please, please open, please." And then, boom. It's like I haven't been trying for 10 minutes straight. I get in, I find a lantern, and I barricade myself until my family arrives 1 hour later. I have a few more stories and dream-related stuff. Maybe I'm just too sensitive? I don't know. Has anyone had anything similar like these happen to them? Also, I was around 7 or 8 at the time. This thing happened about 4 years ago, and I can't for the life of me explain what I saw up to this day. People think I'm crazy when I tell it. If it only happened to me, then I could excuse it with, it was a dream, I saw wrong, but my sister saw the exact same thing. I used to live with my parents in a fairly rural area. It was a small village in the woods with around 100 inhabitants. Me and my sister were on our way home, and I was driving along the small country road that leads to the village where we lived. We were passing by a long, straight stretch of road. There are no houses along this part of the road, only woods. There's no intersections, nothing. There's only one small dirt road that you can turn off to. I'd barely noticed that road before, even though I drove past it probably 100 times. There's no reason to notice it. I thought that the road probably led to a dead end where the timber trucks store their timber. I don't know what that would be called in English, but hopefully it still makes sense. Anyways, I see the van blinking to the left to turn on to the dirt road. I thought that was strange because I didn't even know that it was a road there. I drove by the road after the van had turned on to the road, but I stopped just like 100 meters and started to turn my car around. My sister asked, "What are you doing? Why are you turning around?" And I said, "I'm gonna look where that van was going. I'm kind of curious where that road leads." My sister was just like, "Okay." I turn onto the road and I start driving along it. The road was in very bad condition, so it was very bumpy and muddy. We drove for probably a kilometer down this very narrow road that looked like no one had ever used it. The grass was poking through the gravel. Me and my sister start to have this really strange feeling because we haven't seen the white van that we saw driving there. My sister looked really freaked out, so I said, "Yeah, this road was longer than I thought. The van is probably gonna be by some cabin or something further down the road." I was also freaking out, but I tried to keep my cool. But after around 300 meters more, we can see a small turning point on the road, but no white van. My sister's freaking out and starts to yell, "Where's the van? How is this possible? Where did it go?" I was just speechless. My sister yells again, "We need to leave now. This is freaking scary." I turn around and start driving back to the big road, and when I'm driving, I look around like crazy to try to find another road where the van could have turned off, whilst saying to my sister, "There must be a logical explanation. A van can't simply disappear. There must be another road somewhere. Maybe the car turned off to another road by the big road that we didn't see." She just said to drive faster because she wanted to leave this creepy road. When we got to the bigger road, I looked again if there was another road, and there wasn't. I looked every time I drove by after that day, but there really are no other roads along that stretch of road. Now, I'm still searching for a logical explanation, but I can't come up with one. We drove onto that road a few seconds after the van, and the road was too narrow to meet another car, so we would have seen if the van turned around and went back. And as I said, the road leads to a dead end, and it's surrounded by thick woods. No offshoots or anything. I still can't explain where the van went, and I've never seen that van driving again on the big road. Both myself and my sister saw this. We retold the story to each other many times, and it's the same every single time. We've tried to remember what the van's number plate said, but we really can't remember it. I kind of recall that it may not have had a rear license plate, but I'm not really sure. My sister thought that she remembered that it did have a number plate, and she thought she remembered the first 3 letters, but she's also not sure. We've looked up the number she thought she saw, but no one matches with any white vans. Retelling this story gives me the chills. When I'm visiting my parents, I always speed up when I pass that dirt road. I've told this story many times, but usually people don't believe it. I've told my dad, and he's also driven down that dirt road to look, and he didn't see anything special with it. He said it's just a dirt road that leads to nothing. I don't know what to think. Am I missing something? How does a van just disappear like that? It makes no sense. During an out-of-body experience, I visited a large, 200-plus entity gathering of sorts, which I would describe as a pseudo-underworld. This was probably about 15 years ago, and I wasn't even trying to initiate an out-of-body experience. I was pulled out of my body and appeared in front of a large building, which I somehow knew it was a dance club of some type. There were spirits everywhere, way more than I've seen in a single place or have seen since. Some were outside waiting in line, others were hanging out and milling about. Anytime I'm pulled out forcefully and placed somewhere, I know that some spirit guide somewhere has a mission for me. Although in this case, I wasn't given any type of briefing about what I was supposed to do, so I said screw it and went inside this building. The place was packed. Spirits, entities everywhere. Hundreds, all in close quarters. I remember vividly that this projection was the first time that I actually touched, or got touched by, someone else astrally. Bumping into people, I could really feel something tangible brushing up against me. Up until this out-of-body experience, I still had a few doubts based on conversations I had with family and friends that what I was experiencing was astral travel. Nobody seemed to believe anything that I told them, and those that did listen to me passed it off as either hallucinations or deep dreaming. I always thought, maybe they're right. Maybe I'm a bit crazy. But this experience changed that. In hindsight, I believe that is why I was taken to this place, to reaffirm my own belief in my ability to experience out-of-body experiences. Back to the dance club itself, I walked around, taking in the sights, watching entities converse, and just marveling at everything. Suddenly, I see a shy-looking girl curiously eyeing me from a few feet away. I mentally give her the okay to come over, and she did. "You're not from here," she said. I don't think any words were audibly spoken, but kind of just entered telepathically. I told her that I wasn't from here, wherever we happened to be. She asked me if I wanted to dance, to which I said to myself, screw it, this'll be a story to tell one day. I took her hand to dance. Again, the physical touch sensation was remarkable. We only danced for a moment, and then began conversing again. I remember telling her my name and that I was from Pittsburgh, although she was not as forthcoming with information. After just a few sentences of communication, the scene began to change. Spirits and entities began leaving, some through the door, others just disappearing. The girl I was with seemed uneasy, and I sensed her change in mood immediately. When I asked her if she was okay, She stood silently for a few seconds and then stated bluntly, "I'm dying." I was taken aback, and she must have felt my sense of shock because she began apologizing to me and telling me that she should have told me sooner. I told her that it was perfectly okay, and I let her know that my experience hanging out with her was amazing, albeit brief. The last thing I remember was feeling her mood and aura turn from dark and gloomy to overjoyed instantly. Before I knew it, I was being dragged away from her and out of the building by an unseen force. I remember thinking out loud, "Really, dickhead?" as I knew it was a spirit guide of mine that was dragging me away. My interactions with guides can be described as terse during most of my encounters, whether I see them or just feel their presence. I think they realize that's just how I am and accept it begrudgingly. After I was pulled completely out of the building, I did attempt to open the door to re-enter, but was denied access. Directly afterward, I re-entered my body, more violently than usual, most likely because I was being put there instead of returning naturally. Looking back at this experience, with the knowledge that I've since acquired, I believe that the building full of people was full of spirits of individuals that had either died recently or were in the process of dying/crossing over. I think it was a type of safe space for the spirits of the recently dead or dying individuals. Most seemed young, maybe late teens to early 20s in age, in order to help them feel more comfortable when crossing over, akin to a transitional underworld. So the wonderful Walmart was my first real job. I started working there shortly after graduating high school and continued to for a little over 3 years. I was younger, as mentioned, right out of high school, so maybe a little naive and didn't run into many serious conflicts, so I didn't know how to react to some situations. But I quickly learned. Walmart makes you grow up pretty fast as an employee. I'm sure others will relate to that. I bring this up because of these two memorable experiences that I encountered during my time working there. The first one was about a year into my working there. A young child around a year old in a neighboring city had gone missing. There was a lot of speculation about the whole situation, from the mother being suspicious and even cadaver dogs alerting authorities to specific spots in their home. But sadly, they never found anything on their property or any evidence to make any arrest at that time. This case was always fresh in my mind as I worked the early shift, and I heard about it on the news every morning before I left for work. I was a cashier and also worked at the customer service desk on occasions. I'd see a lot of people coming in with their kids, and most of the younger ones that are in the cart like to watch the big carousel as it spins. Sometimes they talk to me and their parents always smile and try to be a part of the conversations as well. Especially with smaller babies that can't talk, but they can smile and laugh. So it makes for a good time. On one occasion though, I had an older lady come in with a small infant. The woman looked old enough to be the grandparents to this child. Now, of course, this wasn't an unusual situation, but something just felt off. When she first pulled into my checkout lane, she was focused on this child, smiling. I greeted her and she started putting stuff on the belt. She bought a lot of clothes, a baby mattress, diapers, formula, and toys. I thought it was a bit odd for the amount. Now, I've seen grandparents, friends, aunts, etc. bring in a small child and buy them an outfit or a toy or something, but never a full wardrobe. So maybe the parents were a little down on their luck, and she was helping them out. But still, the kid was small, but she definitely looked too old to still be on formula alone. but that was the only type of food she bought. Other than the items she bought, she didn't talk much, and she would not take the child out of her sight. After sitting every item down, she would look up at the baby. Once she pulled the cart up to the carousel, I looked over at her to see if maybe the kid looked upset or was being playful or something. But she just looked around and looked at me. You know that look infants get when they're confused or scared, right before they burst out crying? That's what she looked like. She looked like she didn't know what was going on. The woman, now waiting on me to finish ringing everything up, is staring at this child again, rubbing her head, smiling, but not saying anything to her. Once I finished ringing everything up, I tried to put the items back into her cart, and she stopped me quickly by saying, "It's okay, I got it. Don't worry about it." Which was a little weird. Rarely people stop me from loading up their groceries, but I let it go. She gave me a credit card to pay, and at the time, our machines did ask for ID if they used a credit card and the amount was over a certain amount. When I asked her for her ID, she became flustered and started looking around her purse for it. After a few seconds, she asked to just pay in cash, which she then pulled out a wad of bills. I completed the order, and she started leaving so quick that she almost forgot a bag and her receipt. After she left, my line was empty again. It was around 6 or 7 in the morning, so we were really slow at that time. When this happens, I start to straighten out my lane where all the impulse items are, including the magazines. And that is when I looked over at the magazine covers to see the face of the missing baby, when I realized why that encounter was so off to me. That baby looked just like the missing one that has been on the news lately. She had the bright green eyes and the light curly hair starting to grow. She was from a city less than 30 minutes from here too. The part that started worrying me more was that this child looked confused. She didn't look like she was particularly happy or comforted by seeing this woman, but she also wasn't crying or screaming. Another thing was that the missing child had a birthmark on the back of her neck. Could that be why this woman didn't want me to go to the back of the cart and see the back of the baby's head? Obviously, this didn't dawn on me at the time, so I didn't even look at her to check. Then there was the fact that she was also worried about showing me her ID and wanted to leave so quickly. Both were very suspicious. Lastly, the items that she bought were just too much to be used as a random gift. Of course, this is all me speculating, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I just let someone go that could have been related to this case. It's been 10 years now since that case, and this child still has not been found. I can only hope it was an unfortunate coincidence, but part of me still wonders, what could have happened if I had reported this? The second experience was something that continued throughout the last year that I worked there. I will say that I am a female, 18 to 20 years old at the time, so it was a normal thing to have both men and women call me sweetie, hun, baby, etc. Most of the time it was fine, usually the older people, so no harm done. Every once in a while, I would get an older guy that may call me beautiful, but I moved on. However, this guy was more persistent. The first time he came through my line, he says, "Well, good morning, beautiful." I smiled and said good morning back, asking him how he is, and normal small talk stuff. This guy was older too, like old enough to be my grandfather. I know this not only by the way he looks, but he even makes the comment. He went as far to say something about, "You wouldn't want to be with someone like me, not at my age." By the end of his purchase, I hand him his receipt and he holds out his hand to shake mine. Kinda weird, but I held it out. He put his other hand over mine like he was cupping it as he looks at my name badge. He says something about, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Marie. See you next time." I again smile and say, "Same to you, have a good day," and I move on with my day. No more than a few hours later, this guy is back and in my line. He's literally only buying a soda from one of the small cases right up front by the registers. I remembered this because I thought, why go to a Walmart for a single soda when you could have just gone to a gas station or something? When it was his turn, he said, "Oh, we meet again." And I just smiled and made a comment about miss me that much. To my surprise, he said, "Yes, actually." It was awkward, and he tried to make small talk, but we were busy at that point, so he was trying to stand next to my register and talk while I'm still ringing up other customers. I think he finally took the hint that I couldn't really talk, so he just said, "Well, I'll let you get back to work. Good night, Marie," and left. This guy was already making me feel weird when he said my name, but I did my best to ignore it. Sadly, this continued as mentioned for months. He would be there several times a week, and he would always end up in my line, buying random things. He even tried to buy a box of Valentine candy for me afterwards, and as I handed him the bag, he said they were for me, for his Valentine. I, of course, refused them. I told him I couldn't take gifts from customers, and I also was happily taken. This seemed to upset him a bit. He made a comment about how it was rude to not accept a gift in his religion, and that he wanted to speak to my manager to convince them to let me have it. I finally got a manager, and they insisted that I could not take it. He finally accepted that answer, but said he wanted to just return it and get a refund. I remember him throwing a fit because he had to go to customer service instead of going through me to do so. So he just left with it. At that point, I told my manager about this guy and how he made me feel so uncomfortable. They said if it's ever too much to call them over and they will switch me out so I don't have to ring him up. I thought that was fair, and I just left it at that. This night in particular, my fiancé had to take me to work and pick me up because of car issues. As I was leaving the store for the night, my fiancé was actually walking in when I noticed the creepy guy was sitting on a bench by the carts. And of course, he noticed me. So as he started getting up, I was close enough that I did a fast walk to my fiancé and hugged him, making it very obvious to this guy. He saw this and just stared at me. So we walked around the store and I told him about the guy. He agreed that if he was going to start sitting out there or causing any more problems like that he will park and come in to walk me out to the car until we felt it was safe again. Sadly, this guy did not stop. I never saw him waiting around by the doors anymore, but he would continue to show up around the store and would try to get into my lane. He would make it there sometimes, and he was never short on questions to ask me about my personal life, but I never gave him any answers. If anything, they were vague. But still, he did not stop. When they would switch me out, though, he would holler at me as I was walking away from the register, saying things like, "Where are you going? I miss you. Are they doing this to us on purpose?" Like we were a thing or something. It was awful, and he started making me dread coming to work. I even felt bad for one cashier as she was swapping out with me, and he was one behind the current customer. He lost it. He started laying into this cashier, calling her so many awful names and slamming the items down on the belt. I went and told the manager before I went and hid for a while, and I think he was told to calm down or he would be asked to leave. They rarely banned or kicked people out. It was always just empty threats. I was so happy when I finally transferred to customer service, as I didn't hardly see him at all after that. I would see him passing by and wave at me, but at that point, I stopped caring, and I wouldn't even acknowledge him. I don't know if I just blanked out that much, or if he moved on to someone else, but thankfully, I didn't see him the last few months that I worked there. I got a job at Walmart in 2019, working as a cashier. I was laid off, and I decided to get what I could at the time just to get some extra money, so my husband wasn't the only one working. It was alright for the most part. In 2020, I started helping more at the doors, with counting how many people were coming and going, and to make sure they were wearing their masks. As I said, it was alright for the most part. You got an occasional person that would lose their mind when you offered sanitizer, or a mask, but it was tolerable. However, I did see people do some crazy things while just walking around on my lunch or my breaks. At one point, when people started freaking out about the toilet paper issues and thinking we were going to be locked down for months, things started to be too much. The store was a mess, shelves were already empty, and people were losing their minds. There was one night in particular, I remember walking to the back to go on break when I was walking past the toilet paper and paper towel aisles. There was one lady that was crying as she pushed a cart with a single gallon of milk in it, and a kid in the front of it licking the cart handle, touching the shelves, and sticking his hands in his mouth. I overheard a couple debating if they should try using paper towels instead, or go someplace else first. I saw people fighting over sanitizer, and the kid next to them screaming at their parents to stop. These were all upsetting to see, but it didn't stop there. One night, I was talking to my friend that was stocking the shelves after I was off work. They were stocking toilet paper, of all things. There was a guy that came in from the other end of the aisle and slowly made his way towards us as he looked at the shelves. He eventually got right next to my friend, like within arm's length. I motioned with my head to my friend that he was right behind him, so he stood up and asked if there was something he could help with. This guy went off. He started getting angry, claiming we were holding back inventory on purpose to make people like him suffer. My friend and I were equally confused, since he was literally stocking the shelves at that time. He tried calming him down, but the guy must have seen the box cutter sitting on the pallet and he snapped. He stepped backwards and pulled out a switchblade, saying, "Let's have a real knife fight." My friend grabbed the box cutter, so this guy didn't try to grab it, and we walked backwards as we tried to calm the guy down. He didn't really pay much attention to me, so I was able to pull out my phone and call 911. Someone else that worked there must have heard what was going on, and they rushed over to help us out. Somehow, we finally got the guy to put the knife away, but the police still came and arrested him. I know 2020 has been one hell of a year, but some people just snapped. I quit shortly after this because I couldn't risk any more weird occurrences like that. All I can say, though, is be safe out there, watch your surroundings, and be kind to others. It never fails to amaze me how brave some people are in public, especially towards other people, such as myself. I started working at Walmart a few years out of high school, so I was barely 21. I definitely ran into some jerks before, but the creepy old guys were the kicker. What's worse is how they didn't seem to care who else was around to witness this. I started working in the fitting rooms, and we saw plenty of people attempt to do inappropriate things in them. Those are stories for another day. I eventually transferred to customer service because I was tired of being the one to call maintenance into the fitting rooms. Before Walmart had the specific money service centers, we did all that at customer service. So, money orders, money transfers, and even some utility payments. We started getting this one guy that just looked slimy as hell. He always wore jeans and a nasty tank top. His hair was really long and stringy, like he washed it twice a year, but usually pulled it back into a ponytail. He would hit on all the younger girls and treat the older ones like dirt, if he couldn't just avoid them. He started coming up to customer service to be rang up when the lines were too long, because he learned we wouldn't turn people down. When it was just me there, he would always be leaning over the counter, smirking, and he would always call me babe, which alone was creepy and made me feel gross. Unfortunately, he had more reasons to go to customer service because he started doing money transfers too. And those started becoming really suspicious too, and he could tell that I was on to him. They were always even amounts, always under the amount that we had to report, and he always made it out to people and the names were never the same. I tried to play dumb once, since he had sent well over 10 grand within a week, and I acted concerned for him, saying, "Do you know the people you're sending money to?" And I mentioned how there have been a lot of scammers. He smirked, and he said, "Yeah, they're my employees. This is the fastest way I can pay them." I thought, well, not really, but hey, it was none of my business, so I dropped it. However, he continued coming in and continued being a creep, and I was getting fed up with it. I mentioned it to someone else that worked there about how the money transfers were really sus, but she just shrugged it off. The problem with, at least the store I worked at, was that nobody seemed to care. If it didn't directly affect them, they didn't bother with anything. So I figured out how to file a report myself on the money transfers, and I did. In the meantime, he continued to show up there. However, things got worse. We all wore name tags so he could see our first name but not our last. Yet one time, he came in to do another money transfer. He started handing me the paper. He took his sunglasses off and then said, "Let's do this without the small talk today, Ms. Anderson." How the hell did he know my last name? I just stared at him for a second before continuing. It was obvious at this point to him that he was correct. I completed it without another word to him and continued on with my day. I again told my coworker when they came in, and he said he probably just saw it somewhere or overheard someone else say it. I didn't believe this because I had no reason to use my last name, but could do nothing about it. From then on, he would come in and make more gross comments to me. He'd call me babe, make kissing faces even at me. At one point, I was already having a bad day when I saw him in line, so I called up my manager and told them that they needed to ring him up because I was no longer comfortable doing it. Their idea of doing that was to look over the form, check his ID, and then hand it to me telling me to do it. Furiously, I did so, as he leaned against the counter and chuckled. He then said that I was too smart and too pretty to be working there, and that he could get me a good-paying job with my looks. I looked him straight in the eyes and said no thanks, and didn't say another word to him. That night, as I was walking to my car to leave, I noticed an envelope on my windshield. As stupid as it was, I looked around, got in my car, and opened it. It was a card, saying happy birthday with the hotel card in it, with a room number written on it. The card said something like, "In case you change your mind." The part that freaked me out the most was that my birthday was the next day. Granted, I had no proof, but I knew it had to be this guy. Not only did he know my full name, but he also knew what I drove and my birthday. I started crying in my car. I lived alone, so I had no one to turn to or talk to about this other than my mom. She suggested that I call the police, but I had no evidence it was even this guy, and besides, he hadn't done anything specifically to me, so I knew they wouldn't do much. I did start having this guy that did carts walk me to my car just in case. He was one of the few people there that I liked and believed me. I quit shortly after, and I started working with my mom because I didn't want to see this guy ever again. I hope he got caught, because I never want to see him again, and I hope he didn't put anyone else through this. I was lucky enough to work at Walmart for 4 years. These are a few experiences I've had just from those few years. I started working there in the evenings, usually noon to 9 p.m., or as late as 3 p.m. to midnight. The first one I recall was closer to when I started, which is why it was so memorable. I was a cashier, and eventually also worked in customer service, so I was all over the front end. It was my first job, so I took it seriously, and I was proud of it too. I did a great job, at least according to my reviews. I was polite, friendly, and fast at ringing people up. I got a few people that I would call my regulars, some of them that price matched, if that tells you how long ago this was, and extreme couponing. Some of them were definitely unbearable, the ones that are unorganized and nitpicky on the order you ring everything up and bag them, but I dealt with each one as best I could. One lady, though, made it to where I cringed any time someone pulled out their binder of coupons afterwards. She came in probably every 2 weeks with a small child in the basket part of the cart, not in the front where you would normally see a kid. He was holding an old tablet that was not in good condition. The screen was spiderwebbing in one corner. It looked like the plastic frame was splitting apart too, but he was still watching or playing something on it, with the volume on full blast, too. He hardly looked up from it. His legs were pulled up towards him, probably because he didn't have room, as this did not stop his mom from filling the cart up with the items. Not just dry food, but raw meats and produce, too. The lady was always very organized as she laid her items on the belt. She made sure to tell people behind her she was going to be a while, and they usually just left my lane. If you reached over to grab a different item, she would flip. She would yell slightly to say, "Stop," or "Don't," or give you some kind of lecture about doing items in order, but without ever making eye contact with you. She would keep looking down at the floor or her purse or something. So I learned, and I kept everything in order and bagged as she requested. I never really had any more of an issue other than that, so my coworker teased that I was her favorite. However, that would soon change. She came in as normal. The kid is covered in food, playing on his tablet. Mom is organizing the items on the belt. I picked up 2 packs of cookies and the coupon on it, that was a buy one get one, when I noticed the coupon had expired by 3 days. When I looked up, I told the woman I wouldn't be able to accept it since it expired, and she yelled, "What?" and immediately snatched it from my hand. She looked at it, told me I was wrong and to try it again. I again apologized and told her there was nothing to try as it was expired, so we couldn't accept it. She began arguing about what day it was, telling me that my register obviously had the wrong date. I again had to explain that wasn't possible, and even showed her the date on my phone to prove it. From there, she lost it. She started screaming about how I was incompetent and a liar, and that Walmart's brainwashing had finally gotten to me. At this point, I called for a manager. I'd only been there for around 6 months, but this was the most confrontation I had come across, and I didn't know how to handle it. Thankfully, the manager's podium was within my view, so they could see the look on my face and started coming over quickly. When they arrived, she immediately directed her anger to the manager, saying I was refusing to take her coupon. I tried explaining the situation to the manager when this lady pulled a steak knife from her purse. My manager immediately called security on the walkies and tried calming her down. She was pointing it at us, screaming that we were just trying to ruin her and cause her to lose her kid. And this whole time, I kid you not, this kid has not looked up once. He continued to play on his tablet. He was not fazed at all, which, sadly, made me feel like he was used to this from her. At this point, the whole store seemed quiet, but her screaming and my manager trying to calm her down. There were people all around recording and taking pictures, which only seemed to make her angrier. After what felt like forever, she tried to run towards my manager with the knife raised, when another customer saw this and bravely tackled her to the ground. The knife slid away from her and my manager put his shoe on it to hold it there. Thankfully, 2 cops walked in as this was occurring and quickly took over. This whole time, again, the kid has not looked up. The cop actually had to come up and grab the kid out of the cart before he even looked up. The mom was already outside, but I would expect a kid like him to be crying or scared. But he didn't even ask for his mom. It was actually sad. I don't know what happened to her son, but I think CPS showed up to take the kid. These next 2 are from my late night shifts. Maybe not necessarily dangerous people, but definitely ones that I wouldn't approach on my own. This first one is the lady my coworkers nicknamed Gucci Grandma. We called her that because she always came in around midnight with the flashiest clothes on. Typically, it was a really tight pencil skirt, heels or knee-high boots, and some kind of shirt, and she had to have a dozen of those fuzzy half jackets. At this point, I swear, I've seen one in each color. Some with different patterns or sequins, and she had those giant sunglasses on. As I mentioned, it was midnight. Her hair was also a sight. It was shorter and gray, but it was usually pulled up in a tall bun, think beehive style. Then she always had bright red lipstick and very pink cheeks, like way too much blush. Then, in the rare occasion she takes off her sunglasses, she also has eyeshadow on to the extreme. So while her look is pretty out there, that's not the weirdest part. She always comes in with what looks like one of those cheap children's toy strollers with something wrapped in blankets sitting in it. We couldn't tell if it was a real child at first until one of my friends in the fitting room area saw her swiftly shushing something and grabbing it. When she lifted it up, it turned out to be a baby doll. But the baby doll was creepy as hell. It looked really old. Like it was covered in dirt or soot. Its hair was a mess and tangled, and it was definitely not making any noises. But she kept swinging it and shushing it like it was alive. My friend tried not to make eye contact and just kept working on her stuff when she walked up to her and apologized for all the noise, saying, "She gets cranky around this time." My friend said she didn't know what to do but smile and say it's okay. We saw her many times after this shopping, browsing aisles, talking to the doll, and even taking pictures with it. It became a normal thing, as weird as it looked, but the last time we could account for her, she came in looking rough. Her hair was a mess. It wasn't in her normal bun, but was frizzy and standing up like she stuck a fork in a socket. Her jacket was really dirty. Her shirt was stained. Her skirt was torn on the side and she was barefoot. She still had her glasses on, but her lipstick was almost gone. All this, but she still pushed her stroller with the baby doll. We just stared for a while when I decided to ask if she was okay. We may have teased in the past, but I actually felt bad at this point. When I approached her to ask, she shushed me, patted me on the head, and whispered that everything would be all right. She left after buying a package of Band-Aids, and we never saw her again. I don't know whatever happened to her, but I do kind of miss seeing her, and I hope nothing bad happened. This last one was more odd than anything. We were just starting to switch over to the night shifts, so around 10, and we had a ton of people in checkout all at once, so I was asked to stay a bit longer to help bring it down. I didn't pay much attention to the actual people in line because I was just ready to go, but noticed the customers stopped talking to me as well. I soon learned why as a cart pulled up and slammed down 2 huge boxes of diapers. It made me jump, and I looked to see who the jerk was when I saw some middle-aged balding guy in a trench coat putting stuff on the belt, with a full-grown woman sitting in the cart. Not only was she sitting there, but she had her hair in 2 side pigtails. She was wearing an adult diaper with a weird tutu-style skirt and a sports bra. Not only this, but she also had a pacifier in her mouth. I didn't know what to say, or how to react, so I just kept ringing up their items. Diapers, baby bottles, wipes, teething rings, and a camera. Those I remembered specifically. The woman just stared at me with empty eyes, and when he noticed me staring at her, he said something like, "Isn't she precious?" and rubbed her cheek. She didn't budge, didn't flinch, didn't smile, etc. I just continued with the purchase and gave him his receipt. As they strolled away, she smiled at me and he didn't even look back. That was creepy as hell, but thankfully, I never saw them again. I've been doing this for as long as I can remember. I've run into some really weird, funny, and even some pretty creepy situations over the years. It's not as easy as driving an SUV because some people don't know how to respect the spacing of big rigs, which alone can cause stress. Then, there are the times that you can end up in some strange places that you're not familiar with, and possibly some really weird people. Especially nowadays, people are unpredictable. That being said, I can usually handle the people being strange. It's the unexplained that really racks my brain and puts me in a frenzy. Yes, I believe in a lot of cryptids and paranormal because we can't really explore that kind of thing, and there are still tons of things out there that haven't been discovered and identified. So it's entirely possible that they exist, right? And that being said, I do watch and follow a lot of podcasts, and I make notes of the ones that are about the area that I may be driving through as a way to check it out myself. Doesn't mean I'm not going to be a tad bit freaked out going to see them, though. Here are the few that I have come across that were some of the creepiest for me. I had a delivery in West Virginia, and with how I drive, I tend to be earlier than needed. With that being said, I can't really do anything until then but sleep. So instead of wasting what free time I was going to have, I decided to find somewhere to sit down and eat, instead of fast food. I ended up finding a little barbecue place, so I sat in, tried seeing if there were any places of interest nearby, but didn't look into too much as I was already getting tired. I decided to go ahead and leave so I could find a place to stop overnight and try looking around the next day. Apparently, my truck didn't agree and something ended up breaking on it not even an hour into my drive. I pulled over to check out what happened, Thankfully, it wasn't too major. However, I didn't have the tools to fix it, so I called dispatch, who got into contact with our insurance company, who was going to send someone out to help. Unfortunately, they were an hour out, so I had some time to kill. Since it was going to be a while, I started laying out the reflective triangles behind my truck, and while I was doing this, I started hearing talking. It was very faint, but enough to make me look around. I didn't see anyone though, but it would start and stop again several times. As I looked around, I noticed the fencing on the opposite side of the road with some interesting looking trees. Something was different about them. They looked old, unkempt, and like they had a story to tell. So I pulled out my phone and I started taking pictures of them. As I did so, I noticed what looked like a person standing under one of the trees. My phone wasn't the best, so when I tried zooming in, I couldn't see much, so I got into my truck to grab my actual camera. As mentioned, I liked going to so-called haunted places when I can, so I got myself a decent camera. As I went back to take more pictures, the person was gone. And this got me a little more curious, so I crossed the road and I approached the fence line. Once there, I started getting some more pictures when I saw that person under the tree again. They were just watching me. Something definitely felt off, but I'm stupid enough, so I walked the fence line to get closer. As I did, I started hearing laughing. Children laughing. I again was looking around to see if I could see anything, but there were no children in sight. But this figure was still under that tree and had moved to now face me. Getting a bit closer, I could tell it was a person. A small child, to be exact. She was wearing a dress with long, straight hair. I took a few more pictures when I heard the laughing even closer, still seeing nothing. The fact that the laughing was getting closer, even though I was moving, did throw me off. I took one more look at the kid under the tree and tried calling out to it. I think I said something like, "Do you need help?" or something like that, when it turned to face away from me. At that time, the laughing sounded like it was right next to me, as I felt a tug at my leg. At that point, I'd seen all I needed, and I started sprinting back to my truck as fast as I could. Once there, I locked my doors and started looking at the pictures I took. To no surprise, there were no kids in the photos, but a lot of lights or orbs surrounding the tree. And that was enough for me to feel uneasy, so I tried doing something else to occupy my mind till the help arrived. I ended up dozing off and woke up to a tapping on the passenger window. I thought it was the help, but to my horror, it was the face of a child. It was a boy. He looked wet. His face almost looked like it was waterlogged. I may have yelled expletives and threw something at the window. After catching my breath and calming down, I opened up my door to look around when someone started pulling up behind me. Thankfully, it was the roadside assistants. So they helped me out, and I left as soon as I could. That night, I found a well-lit stop and stayed there, but I don't think I slept much. I called my brother the next day and told him about what happened, as he loves this stuff too, and he started looking into the place to find out more information. Turns out, I wasn't too far from an abandoned amusement park that had several kids die there. One boy had actually drowned in the lake there that had boat rides. After learning this, it creeped me out even more. But now we're making plans to go back to visit the entire site to find out more about the place. Another experience doesn't have a good background, but is equally terrifying. I had arrived at the drop-off location a few hours before they were open, so I decided to sleep while waiting. While sleeping, I started hearing barking. Thinking it was just someone walking by with a dog, I waited for it to taper off. But after a while, it wasn't stopping, and it was actually getting closer. So, maybe it was a stray dog in the area. It got annoying, so I thought I would open the door real fast, yell at it, and scare it off. However, when I opened the door, I didn't see a dog. I looked around, and I saw a few feet in front of my truck the source of the barking. This thing, it didn't look like a dog. This thing looked like a human, standing on all fours and barking. But the spine was so arched that it looked too long to be a human or a dog. That's when the barking stopped, and it started standing straight up. It was easily 9 foot tall, maybe more. I jumped back into the truck to turn the lights on, just so I could see it better, when it jumped out of the light and appeared to climb alongside the building. I've never seen anything like that, and it scared the hell out of me. That one, I don't care to look into, because that was not a ghost, and it was bigger than me, so I think I'll leave that one alone. I was a trucker for about 15 years. As the years go on, it really starts to take a toll on your body. Literally, you sit in the same spot for hours on end, maybe even 24. The only thing you can do is eat. There isn't much in ways of exercise that you can do, so your back is usually bothering you, and you're too out of shape to do anything about it anyways. Sometimes, it can even mess you up mentally, with irregular times to sleep and other things that may not be explainable. I've had weird occurrences in some cities where the locals tell you to avoid these certain truck stops or gas stations due to high theft. I'm looking at you, Detroit. Or paranormal sightings at others. I'm not a believer in that crap, so I usually just hear them out for a little entertainment and move on. Sometimes, I may actually stop in those places just for giggles, and to tell my wife, as she seems to get a kick out of those. She loves watching all those ghost hunter shows, and wanted to go with me on some of them to see if she could experience something herself. Luckily for her, she never did, at least. There was one time, though, that scared the hell out of me, and still does thinking about it to this day. I was headed to Arizona, and I was already up longer than I was supposed to be, but I wanted to try to shave off some time so I could get back home a little earlier for our anniversary. I ended up stopping in some desert area to sleep. I figured it would work since it was right past the truck stop, so people would be there instead, and I wouldn't get woken up by others coming and going, headlights, sounds, etc. I'm not a heavy sleeper, especially since starting this job, so it doesn't take much to wake me, but it gets harder to fall back asleep. To solve this, I just find it easier to sleep outside of the normal stops. So I pull to the side, get out to stretch and eat whatever jerky or trail mix I may have as I walk around my truck. I do this to be able to get up and move and make sure there's nothing dangling from it or broken. At this point, I remember looking around to see absolutely nothing, other than the exit ramp with the single light above it in the distance. It is dead silent. Not even a breeze. And I felt wiped, so I figured I'd be able to sleep pretty well. I climbed back in my truck, took off my shoes and belt, went to the cab, locked all the doors, and passed out pretty damn quick. I remember that much. I don't feel like it was very long, maybe a few hours, when I was awoken by a blood-curdling scream. I kid you not, I have never jumped up from my sleep so damn fast in my life. I waited to see if it was in my dream when I heard it again, but this time, they screamed, "Help." It sounded like a woman, so I jumped up and darted out of the truck before I even put my shoes and belt back on, looking around for this voice. Yet, I saw nothing. There was not a single car or person in sight. It was still dark, and I called out, "Where are you?" to see if I would get a response. But nothing. I stood there looking around, waiting, when I heard it once more, but it sounded like it was right behind me. I don't think I ever jumped so high in my life. I ran back to the driver's side, got in, and locked all the doors. I turned on the cabin light and I just sat there looking around, trying to process what the hell just happened. There was no way that I was going back to sleep at this point. I turned on the radio to keep me awake, but thinking back, I don't think I would have needed the help. I didn't sleep anymore that night. As soon as I started seeing the sunrise, I booked it as fast as I could from there. I went to a nearby diner to grab some coffee and watched the news to see if there was any reports last night, or this morning, about something that could have been related, but there was nothing. I haven't told anyone about this other than my wife and a few close friends that now like to tease me about it, but that scared the living piss out of me. My wife thinks it may have been someone that died or was killed there in the past, but whatever it was, be it a prank or a ghost, I didn't care for it. I will say, though, I think it made me believe a bit more in otherworldly beings. This is actually something that happened to my father while he was a tow truck driver. He did this for a few years, as far back as I can remember because I was quite young at the time. He worked all different hours, including on-call or overnight. Depending on the time, or if I was awake, sometimes he would let me, my sister, and my mom ride with him. It was actually a lot of fun. Riding back to the tow lot where they dropped off the vehicles they kept was always a blast, too. There was an older lady that worked there, and she always had snacks open to us. They also had 2 junkyard dogs that were sweet as can be. Sometimes I would stay up later, when allowed, just to try to go with him. We got to watch him load up the vehicles, and he told us what the different buttons and switches did. Sometimes we even got to go if there was a mild accident, like someone hitting a light pole or something like that. Of course, he's also been called on some pretty bad accidents too, like when cars flip, or when there are severe injuries or even fatal ones. These, of course, we were never allowed to go on, and I'm thankful for that now. As I got older, I was talking to him about his experience working there, and asked him about some of the worst ones he remembers going to. This one, though, still creeps me out. He said he even remembers telling me and my mom that we couldn't go with because of the situation. There was a convertible, speeding and swerving between the lanes on a highway. It was like a main road and highway because it still had stoplights on it. It was also next to an open field, blocked off by the guardrail and barbed wiring. Of course, the highway also has warning lights a few miles back to tell you when the light is red, to warn you to start slowing down. Apparently, this guy didn't see those, didn't care or something, and thought he would try to run it. My dad said he doesn't remember if he was racing someone else or just speeding. Sadly, there was a small decline before the intersection, and there was a semi already at the light. This convertible must have hit the decline, got a little air, and Before they had time to react or brake, probably because the car was partially airbound, they went under the semi, causing the underside of the semi to act like sandpaper. The scene was not pretty, and they were already in the process of the cleanup by the time my dad arrived. However, he said they were just pulling out the body, and from the looks of the accident, he could piece it all together. He remembered this one, of course, because of the gruesome details, but also what he saw while trying to load up the vehicle. He mentioned it was taking longer than normal because they had to try to get the car out from underneath the semi and then get the car onto the tow truck. Towards the end, as he was loading up the car, he felt like he was being watched. So he looked around to see the cops and the other people weren't nearby, and no one was trying to get his attention. Then he looked over towards the field. From there, he saw a figure standing by a tree that appeared to just be watching him. He just stared at him for a minute to see if he was maybe just a bystander, trying to watch what was going on. Unfortunately, you get people like that, going to these scenes to try to get pictures or something. However, my dad noticed he wasn't holding a camera or anything, just standing, hands to his side. Once he finished loading up the car, he started walking towards them to see what he was doing. As he got closer, he noticed the person looked like a younger kid, maybe in their teens. He took note of the clothing he was wearing in case it came up in the future, like missing person, someone fleeing from the scene or family, etc. As he continued walking, he says that he got a page, if that tells you how long ago this was, and when he looked up from the pager, the kid was gone. He looked around to see if he ran off, but he didn't see him anywhere, so he went back to his truck, finished up what he needed to with the authorities, and left. A few days later, he said he heard additional information about the crash and saw a picture of the kid from the accident. To his surprise, the kid he saw in the field looked just like him. He said even the hairstyle and shirt he was wearing was identical. Of course, my mom said he probably saw his ghost who was trying to piece together what just happened before he moved on, and that's when he left this world. My dad, of course, doesn't believe in any of that, so he claims he probably just saw the kid as they were pulling him out and saw what he was wearing and chalked it up to him being tired. I don't know, though. Those scenes have to be gruesome, and maybe even scar some people that would see them, but I'm thinking it was the kid passing over. He had some other more creepy calls that maybe I can ask him about, but this was one that I specifically remembered. I've been a driver for the same company for several years now, and I've definitely had some weird run-ins between people, locations, and maybe even the unexplained. Here are a few that stand out for me. When I have to stop to sleep, I'll try to stop in an open or empty parking lot instead of an actual truck stop. Usually in those of businesses that have been closed, so there's no chance of traffic blocking me in or making it difficult for me to leave. Word of advice, if you see a semi parked in the back of a lot, don't be an ass and park next to them. Like I said, it just makes it easier and there's less traffic in those. Also, doing this, I don't normally have to worry about people coming up to my truck. So, on one trip, I pulled into the parking lot of what looked to be an old Circuit City building and prepared to sleep for the night. I had just called my wife to tell her that I was going to sleep and headed to the back for the night. I fell asleep as normal, but the waking up part was when it got weird. As I started waking up, I was hearing cars driving by, which was odd since I was in a lot, and they sounded like they were going pretty fast instead of just passing through slowly. So I got up, I looked out the window and realized, I was on the side of the road, not in a parking lot. I got out of my truck and noticed there were a few cop cars around me too. They came up kind of smirking and asking if I was okay, to which I responded that I was, but just confused as to where I was. I was worried at first, thinking, did I sleep drive or something? But they did explain to me what had happened. Apparently, while I was sleeping in the back, someone decided to take my rig for a spin. I had left the doors unlocked because it's never been an issue before, but they got in and they started driving off. 2 problems with this, though. Apparently, the guy didn't know how to drive a manual, so the truck wasn't moving too fast, and a cop that was behind me noticed it was drifting into another lane, so he tried pulling it over. Another thing to note was that I snore. A lot. And loudly. The guy heard me and started freaking out even more, so he tried to stop the truck and take off out the passenger side in an attempt to confuse the police. They did catch him, and he explained all of this, but they didn't even know that he wasn't the owner until I got out of the truck. My wife likes to tease me about my snoring now, but I also say that it probably saved my life. Now I make sure to lock my doors, no matter where I stay. Another time, something had broken on my truck and I had to get it fixed, and quickly. Unfortunately, the closest place wouldn't have the part for a few days, unless I went to a local mechanic that didn't sell the parts individually, as they had to be the ones to install it, making me have to pay for the parts and the labor. I didn't have the money for something like that, and I had expressed this to the person at the shop who said that was the only option that they could give me. I told them I would think it over, and I start heading back out to my truck. As I'm walking back, there was a lady that was hollering at me, so I stopped to see what she wanted. I noticed that she was in the shop at the same time as me, so maybe she overheard our conversation and had a suggestion. She confirmed this, and I explained that I could replace the part myself. I just needed to buy it. She said she had ways to get a little extra money to those in need like this. I know the price of the part and labor was going to probably be twice, if not triple the amount I was expecting to pay, so I would not expect charity from a stranger for that amount. So I started to tell her it was okay, and that I would figure something out. Then she stopped me and said, "Really, it's no big deal. Anyone can do it, and it's nothing illegal." So I thought, fine. Let me see what she is suggesting. Maybe she has a job or something I can do real quick. Then, she asked me if I had 2 kidneys. Yeah, I'm sure the look on my face had to say it all as she giggled slightly and said, "I'm serious. You can get good money for it, like donating blood." I asked her out of confusion if there was a hospital nearby that was just openly taking kidneys or something, and she said, "Not a hospital, but we do have a facility that can have you in and out pretty quickly." This freaked me out, so I just said no thanks. I think I figured something out. Or something along those lines, and I briskly walked back to my truck. I sat in the truck for a bit and called my wife to try to figure out what to do, and I noticed this chick had not left yet. It had been at least an hour and she was still there. It started freaking me out a bit, so I did something I probably shouldn't have, and rigged the part up to work enough to get me to the next city that had the part that I needed. My wife called a few places for me to find it as I drove so I could get out of there, 'cause who knows if she was serious, and if she was serious enough to try and get one of my kidneys by force. I didn't know that was a thing, that people just tried to solicit around here, but, well, now I know. This happened a few years ago. I'm a female in my late 30s now, and I love trucking. My dad was a trucker when I was a kid, and I loved riding with him and sitting in the cab, so I knew I wanted to do the same. I also loved the idea of being able to go across the country for my job, so it was always like a never-ending vacation. I am married with no children, and this was part of the reason. I don't see that working out for us, especially since my husband actually does this with me. So, this was perfect for us. On longer trips, we would take turns driving. He would drive at night, and I during the day. He loved being able to watch the birds and other wildlife when driving, and the different sights along the way, but then also to be able to enjoy the night breeze while I slept. I'm also one of those people that listens to podcasts on murders, mysteries, and unexplained events, as well as things like forensic files. So yes, I may be a bit paranoid about some people, but I think that also comes with being a smaller female. However, I also think that makes me more aware of my surroundings and cautious of strangers. I've run into those truck stops where some of them are just really gross older guys that want to hit on me or catcall, but I don't let it bother me. I always have a knife or my pepper spray for protection, and I'm lucky enough that my husband is right there with me if things were ever to get out of hand. There was one instance in particular that did freak me out a bit, and I still think about it at times. As mentioned, it's normal to get hit on by random truckers, but this guy was by far the most memorable. I got out of the truck and stretched. It was during the day, so my husband was dozing in and out, so I just went into the stop by myself, which is not unusual. I noticed a couple of guys sitting at a table outside of the entrance talking. No big deal. I did notice, though, as I was walking to the door, that one of them kept staring at me. Whatever. I just keep walking. While I'm in the store browsing, I just felt like I was being watched, so I kept looking around, not seeing anything really. Because I can't shake this feeling, I started heading to the restrooms. The place was set up with the entrance and exit doors on each end of the building, and the restrooms were towards the center in the back. So as I round the corner towards them, one of the guys sitting outside comes from the other side and causes me to jump a bit. Not to mention, his appearance screams danger. He was wearing overalls, an old stained and torn shirt, and had maybe 8 teeth. He smirks. He puts his hands up and says, "Sorry to startle you, missy." I smiled and said it's okay, and tried to go to the stall when he seriously leaned against the doorframe, blocking the damn doorknob. So I started to say, "Excuse me," or something, when he asked, "Where are you from?" I definitely wasn't going to be honest, so I told him, "I'm local. Excuse me." Apparently he didn't like that, because then he moved completely to block the door and started questioning me like, "I've never seen you around here before. Who you contracting with?" At this point, I was just annoyed. And his breath smelled like spoiled milk and feet, so I started turning around to walk away when he grabbed my arm. I turned back and he said, "It's kinda rude of a lady to ignore a man that's talking to her." To which I said, "Well, grabbing a lady's arm is not a way to get them to talk to you either," and shook my arm free. I ended up not buying anything and started fast walking out the door. I noticed his friends were no longer sitting there, but I started reaching for my pepper spray just in case. As I'm walking back to my truck, I had to pass by the side of another truck when he came right up behind me and grabbed my hips like he was trying to pull me back or pick me up. Thankfully, he didn't have time to react to me turning around, elbowing him, and spraying him in the face. He just screamed some expletives at me as he tried to wipe his face, so I just made a mad dash to my truck. Thankfully, my husband heard the man screaming and woke up about that time, so he was starting to get out of the truck, but I motioned him to stay. Then I got it, and we took off. I told him what had happened, and he was upset that he wasn't there, but I wasn't mad at him, nor do I fault him for it. And that was the worst it's ever gotten, and the first and only time I've ever had to use the pepper spray. He does tell me to wake him up if he's sleeping, if I do have to stop anywhere, just to be safe, and I have no problems with that. Now, to make things worse about this situation, though, a few years later, we ended up making another delivery to a location near this stop. This is one that I cannot forget because of what happened, so every time I see that "Welcome to specific state" sign, I shiver a bit. We get to our destination, and we went to a nearby diner to eat. While we were there, the TV was playing the local news, and they mentioned that someone had been arrested or captured for a kidnapping. Something told me to pay attention to this, so I started watching it, and as I did, my stomach dropped. I saw a very familiar guy in the mugshot. It was the same guy. He had the creepy eyes, like they were just piercing me through that television. Apparently, he actually tried abducting a girl, and as he tried pulling her into his truck, she managed to break free and was able to get help. I went to my phone really quick to get more info, and apparently, his ex-wife was interviewed as well and mentioned that she left him because of his extremely abusive behavior. The kicker to all this was his ex-wife and the victim looked just like me. Small build, medium length dark brown hair. I flipped. I told my husband about it and he agreed. The similarities were way too close to be a coincidence. I'm so thankful it wasn't worse, but I'm also glad the other girl was able to get away. I also hope those were his only attempts, and that they got him so he couldn't be successful. Overall, just be careful and stay aware of your surroundings, because you just never know. My experience with this entity took place roughly 2 years ago. The memories still shake me up to this day, if that's any indication of how terrifying these experiences were. I can't allow myself to think about it for too long out of fear that, well, I don't know actually. It's not like thinking about this thing will conjure it. I'm fairly certain it's tethered to the place in which I encountered it. At the time, I was in my senior year of high school and living in an apartment on the school campus. You might be scratching your head, so hang with me while I explain the context. This wasn't your traditional high school. To avoid giving away too many personal details, we'll call it a private school, because not just anyone is able to enroll. Another relevant detail: several deaths have occurred on the property where this school is located. Decades ago, 3 people were killed in a type of natural disaster that my state is known for. I now speculate that there were either more deaths from this event that no one talks about, or there was another tragic event in the school's history that I'm just not aware of. The campus included dormitories for students from other parts of the state, as well as a small section dedicated to 4 apartment suites. Juniors and seniors got an opportunity to move into these suites for 6 to 8 weeks. Basically, the only requirements were that 1, you weren't flunking your classes, and 2, you were capable of carrying out tasks like shopping for groceries while staying on a budget, cleaning your apartment as needed, cooking your own meals, just the ordinary living on your own stuff. I should mention that students who didn't live on campus but met the above criteria were included in the apartment rotations. I was one of these students. Of course, I accepted when I was offered a spot. I was thrilled to have gotten into the last rotation of the year because my group got 2 more weeks in the apartments than most. However, the excitement turned out to be short-lived. I moved in mid-March of 2019. My family wanted to accompany me to get a look at the place to make sure that I got settled in. I'd already seen the apartments, so I let them wander around while I lugged my bags into the bedroom and commenced unpacking. We then said our goodbyes, they left, and I abandoned my unpacking and invited myself to my best friend's apartment to see what she was up to. We'll call her A. Her apartment faced mine from across the hall, the other 2 being positioned the same way, but towards the front end of the hall leading to one of the main dorms. Not only was I eager to see A, but I remember something felt off. Like the air was too dense. This apartment was notorious for being haunted. One girl in my class later told me that when she stayed there, she felt like something was gradually draining the energy from her. She was so exhausted that she became very antisocial, although she wasn't a social butterfly to begin with. She would fall asleep early in the evening, even if she wasn't tired, and slept through her morning alarms on a regular basis. Another classmate said that items would get moved around when there was no one in the apartment but her. I tried to push these thoughts from my mind until whatever was here, if anything, gave me a reason to be concerned. I also didn't want to make a scene inquiring if I could switch suites with someone. In retrospect, I really wish that I had. But we'll get to that soon enough. The first week passed, pretty uneventfully. I had a lot going on at the time. I was taking a few college courses in addition to my high school workload, in a steady relationship, etc., etc. Needless to say, I was too occupied to consciously look for paranormal activity. I just felt that heaviness in the air, usually in the back of the apartment where my bedroom and the bathroom were. After the first week, the source of this energy must have grown restless and decided it was time to make some I'm here and the rumors about this place are true statements. I started seeing weird movements around my apartment, sometimes while friends were over, but usually while I was alone. I would see a foggy shadow with no definite shape, darting across open doorways that vanished as soon as it caught my eye. I would ask whomever was over, did you see that? And they'd say they didn't and ask what I was talking about. And after explaining it the first time, we laughed it off on subsequent occasions. This carried on for another week or 2. I was honestly starting to believe I was sharing my apartment with a mischievous ghost with no ill intent. But hey, life would be boring without plot twists, right? Just as my worry began to ebb, things took a dark turn. I remember one evening I had just finished cleaning up the kitchen after dinner and was laying on my bed on the phone with my boyfriend. I'll explain the layout of the bedroom because that's where most of the disturbing stuff went down. When you walk in, the closet takes up most of the wall to the left. I always left it open because it's old, and the sliding wardrobe-like doors had a tendency to stick. The head of the bed is against the right wall, so that when you lay down, you're looking toward the open closet. There's a dresser across from the door, a nightstand on one side of the bed, and a desk on the other. Anyways, I was on the phone with my boyfriend and I saw the blurry shadow darting around again. This particular time was unsettling because it was moving around the opening of the closet right in front of me and didn't poof out of sight like the other times. The energy emanating from it was hard to read, too. I couldn't tell if it was trying to be threatening or playful. My boyfriend sensed that I was uneasy. I told him I was currently watching the thing practically dancing around in front of me, and it wasn't going anywhere. I quickly left the room. Hell, I probably left the apartment. I don't remember. Something just told me that I needed to get out. My suite mate was nowhere to be seen for the rest of the night, but I could still feel its presence when I returned. From that point on, I didn't feel like I was alone in my room. I mean, there had been a weird energy change all along, similar to how you can feel the air change when a storm is moving in. Now, it was like a person was in the room with me 24/7. When night came, I would find excuses to avoid the bedroom for as long as possible. I'd go hang out with friends or invite them over so I wouldn't be alone if the ghost tried anything on me. I would loiter in the kitchen, making tea and sit on the couch passing time until I got up the nerve to go to bed. I pleaded with my boyfriend to stay on the phone with me until I was tired enough to fall asleep shortly after we hung up. Maybe I was overreacting, but this ghost no longer felt harmless like I had initially thought. My intuition has always been strong, and I couldn't have ignored it if I wanted to in this situation. This place set off serious warning bells inside of me. Unfortunately, my paranoia was justified when things escalated yet again. I had just hung up with my boyfriend, who was waiting for sleep to set in. I was laying on my stomach, head turned to face the bedroom door, when insert crash noise here. My entire body jolted. My heart felt like it was going to beat out of my chest, and I dove under the covers like a child and tried to catch my breath. My first thought should have been, what the hell was that? But I somehow knew, with a paralyzing clarity, what had just happened without even having to see it. This ghost/spirit was a young, blind boy. The darkness had disoriented him, causing him to stumble into my desk. I can't explain how or why I knew this. The characteristics of this ghost being blind, male, and quite young, probably between 9 and 13 years old, just materialized in my mind with utter certainty. I know it sounds crazy. Not only did the fact that I could pinpoint information about this entity freak me out, it also confused me. Is it even possible for a spirit to be blind? I guess we don't know what will happen to us when we die, but lots of people believe we're restored to perfect health in the afterlife, or just cease to exist, so the whole thing, it didn't sit well with me. And no, there was no one else in the apartment with me. Nor could anyone have gotten in, because I always locked the doors at night, and I was the only one with a key. I was shaking really badly, but I managed to fish my phone out of the blanket and called my boyfriend, not wanting to be alone and knowing that he would still be awake. Again, I was so shaken that I don't remember much, besides getting out of the damn bedroom and turning on all of the lights as I walked through the apartment. The next day, I told A and another friend, I'll refer to her as T, about the ghost boy. They didn't know whether or not to believe me, but they could tell how distressed I was nonetheless. I was more anxious than usual to go to bed after that. I started seeing it in the morning, too. Its translucent shadow flickering at the threshold of the closet. I got the feeling that it was watching or listening to me, and it taunted me with that stupid disappearing act. There 1 second, gone the next. Luckily for me, it was April by this time and a band trip was approaching. The trip involved traveling out of state, meaning I would be able to escape the suffocating paranoia that I was sadly growing accustomed to for about 4 days. I was still anxious to fall asleep the first night of the trip, but when I realized it hadn't followed me, I slept soundly for the first time in weeks. In case you're wondering, we went to Silver Dollar City that year, and you can bet your ass I went on every roller coaster in the park, but I digress. Fast forward to the last day of the trip. Dread flooded through me on the long drive home. I think I still had about 3 weeks left in the apartment. I was exhausted when I unlocked my door and dragged myself and my overstuffed suitcase inside. But upon being hit with a wave of paranoia, I started a load of laundry and escaped over to T's place. When I walked in, she and A were watching a show and digging into some jerky and outlandish flavors that she'd bought on the trip. She offered me some, but I declined. I have a TMJ disorder, a jaw condition, and am careful not to strain my jaw chewing tough foods like this. This is good to know for later. Skipping to some time in the middle of that week, I was in bed and the room was dead quiet. I'm just lying there, teetering on the first phase of sleep, but still mostly coherent. And I hear a menacing click right next to my ear. My whole body went cold. My mind was screaming at me to leave the room, cover my head, anything but just lay there like a statue. But I couldn't move. The belligerence behind the action was so freaking intense that I was frozen in fear. It literally sounded like someone had come up beside the bed, leaned over me, and snapped their teeth next to my ear. Now, I know that when you're on the verge of sleep, you can have involuntary movements like a jerk of the arm or leg, but I was alert enough that I would have felt my teeth clamped together, and I've never heard of that kind of involuntary movement happening. I've tried to replicate the sound myself under the same circumstances, but to no avail. I mentioned earlier that I have a jaw disorder. Because of this, I sleep with appliances, aka mouth guards, on my top and bottom teeth, and it would have been impossible for me to make this sound. I lay there terrified and barely breathing for what felt like several minutes, but in reality was probably 30 seconds or less. As my brain finally began to process what was going on, I lost it. I felt an overwhelming sense that I was in peril, and I went into a full-blown panic attack. Shaking, gasping for breath, feeling a mix of cold and numb all over. I grabbed things that were in close proximity. My phone, my pillow, a blanket, and I tore out of the room, slamming the door behind me. Beyond frantic, I stumbled out of that nightmarish apartment and into A's place. She thankfully kept her door unlocked at night, which was safe because the campus was secure and she has some medical things that having easy access to the apartment would come in handy for should she have some kind of an emergency. I collapsed in her living room, trying not to freak out too loudly so I wouldn't wake her up. I ended up falling asleep on her couch. It was too small for me to stretch out all the way, but I didn't care. It wasn't the last time that I'd run to her either. I heard the teeth gnashing around 5 more times. And that's not something you can just get used to. A and her apartment became my safe haven. Sometimes she was awake when I plowed into her living room. For those who aren't from the South or Central Plains part of the US where people say that, it means hauling ass, hurriedly carrying out an action. Other times, she would find me crashed out on her couch in the morning. To this day, I am so grateful that I had my best friend merely feet away throughout this whole ordeal. I honestly did not expect anything of this nature based on what classmates had told me. This entity was clever. It tricked me into believing it was harmless when that couldn't be further from the truth. Had I stayed there much longer, I fear it would have hurt me physically. I have a few theories as to why the entity became so malicious. Maybe it was angry with itself for crashing into my desk and giving away its identity. Maybe it was trying to use echolocation. Maybe it wanted to trick me into a false sense of security, then scare the hell out of me for fun. I really didn't think it was a prankster for a while, but the teeth gnashing thing and the overall energy as of late, it felt pretty sinister to me. And I don't even know why it was so active around me in particular. Even if it meant no harm, which I highly doubt, I didn't find it the least bit amusing. And I'm glad I will never have a reason to step foot in that apartment ever again. This is a family and completely true story. When my sister was 18, she decided to be independent and randomly left for Texas. She's prone to this kind of decision. When she was 21, she moved back home, married and with a 2-year-old, or something like that. Nothing weird so far. When she returned, I was just leaving for college to another city, and I met her new family briefly. She, her husband, and her child stayed with my parents while they figured things out. A month went by and suddenly her husband, 20+ years old, died from a heart attack. It seemed like he had some genetic undiagnosed heart disease and just dropped dead. My sister was obviously devastated and basically relayed the care of her child to my mom, and she again left to another city, but visited frequently. One day, while speaking to my mom, I heard my nephew say, "There's the man." I asked my mom about this, and she said that my nephew was always talking about this man in the house that no one else could see. Even when they left the house, the child would say goodbye to this man, as babies do with numerous bye-bye sirs. Now, my mother told me that they sometimes saw a shadow, but nothing bad had happened, so they didn't pay any mind to it. This went on for years. The child was always talking and interacting with this man, who nobody else saw. Meanwhile, my sister was really depressed and never talked about her husband. No one really did. We didn't know the guy, and everything was so quick that we didn't interact with him. We didn't have any pictures of him or anything, and nobody aside from her had any attachment to him. Also, this was like 2006. Cell phones had cameras, but not a lot of memory, so we really didn't have any pictures of him. I'm stressing this so you can see that my nephew had no way of knowing his dad. Sure, he saw him until he was 2, but now he was 6 when suddenly his father's brother decided to send an email with a photo of my sister's late husband, a photo that was saved and forgotten in the computer. The family computer had this screensaver that was a gallery of all the photos saved in the system, and that's where my nephew saw it, and instantly shouted, "That's the man!" I remember it clearly because, by that time, we all knew the man. Nobody saw him, but if something happened in the house, or there was a weird shadow, we said, "Oh, it's the man," and we all said bye to him when we left, and hello when we arrived. He was already part of the family. So we went to the computer and showed the kid all of the pictures there, and when the photo of his dad appeared, he was like, "That's the man that visits me at night." We were freaked out. He was elated. For a week, he asked again and again to see the picture. And my mother decided, against my sister's wishes, to tell him that was his father. Since then, he would talk about the man less and less until he stopped talking about him completely. Now, as a teenager, my nephew doesn't remember anything. Around the time my nephew found the photo, my sister remarried and took him with her. I think he was just looking after his child, and when he had a stable life, he left. But who knows? I've been a nurse at our local hospital for the last 8 years. If you're here long enough, you will come across a few ghost stories, maybe even experience one yourself. I definitely had my share since being there. I can name a few that were especially memorable. I will start by saying that it doesn't help that the hospital used to be an orphanage many, many years ago as well. So the main one we hear about is the Children of Death. We call them this because when a patient sees one of these kids, they end up passing away soon after. A couple of examples was one gentleman that another nurse walked in on as he was talking to someone, but there was no one in the room. The nurse asked who he was talking to, and he said the young girl that had just left. He said that she had brought in a card and he pointed at it. The nurse said she looked at the card and it looked like a young child's drawing of a person surrounded by flowers and people crying. We had no idea where it came from, as he hadn't had any visitors that day. We even checked the logs and his son came to see him the day prior, but no one that day. And his son didn't have any kids. A few days later, the man passed away in his sleep. He was there due to a heart attack, but he seemed to be improving. Another instance was an old lady that was there after breaking her hip. She said she was a medium, so she was always entertaining us nurses on duty. She gave us all readings and told us some interesting stories of past readings that she had done. Every once in a while, she might ask to pass condolences on to someone there that recently lost someone, be it another patient, or even our head nurse once. Her father had died suddenly, and we, the nurses, didn't really talk much about it, but this lady had brought it up. I thought she must have heard someone mention it. However, there was one instance where we received a nurse call to her room, and upon entering, she asked that we check on the woman across the hall. She claimed that she saw her walk out of the room holding the hand of a little girl. This was in the geriatric ward, so the patients didn't have a heart monitor attached, and she was bedridden because she was very frail and couldn't get up on her own. We dashed over to her room to see that she had passed. We were shocked, because while we were expecting that she would pass soon, we had no idea when, nor did we know how this other patient would have known. She couldn't have left her room, and there were no kids on this floor, so of course we had to go back and ask her about it. She said the lady looked spry and happy, and believed that the little girl was helping her move on to the afterlife. We thought at first maybe it was one of the children other patients have seen, but she said she was wearing modern clothing. A pink flowery dress with a huge flower in her hair. We thought it was a crazy situation, but we let it go. Later on, after the older woman's daughter came in to get her mother's belongings, the medium was being wheeled back to her room by another nurse when she stopped this daughter to speak to her. After giving her condolences for her mother's passing, she brought up that she saw her as she passed over and began asking her, the daughter, about her own daughter. She started crying, and she was shocked that she had brought it up. Apparently, her daughter died after being hit by a car while riding her bike a few years prior. She said she was buried in her favorite pink, floral dress with the matching flower clip. She also said that Her daughter and her mom became very close as she was her first grandkid, and when they lost her, it broke her heart. I thought maybe she recognized this woman from the news or something, but how could she have known what she was wearing when she was buried? I don't believe much in mediums, but the fact that this little girl this woman appeared to be walking out of the room with matched her granddaughter, it made me just a little less skeptical. I used to do overnight IT work for a handful of hospitals in a small town in the Midwest that, if I mentioned it, you would have no idea where it was. That said, I'm just going to say that it was in Nebraska and leave it at that. It was contract work, and it was outsourced to a third-party company. I was just out of my 2-year degree, so I took the first job that I got offered. As previously stated, that first job happened to be a contract-to-hire position doing the third shift help desk for a group of hospitals. Basically, I would be expected to be at one of the sites and answer support tickets for this main site, as well as the satellite offices if they came in, which they rarely did. For the most part, I would just spend all of my hours at the main hospital and sit in the IT room from midnight to 8 in the morning, doing very little. There would be the occasional printer that I would have to reset or fix for the overnight nurses, but really, it was a simple job. Now, I shouldn't have to tell you this, but hospitals are typically haunted. And I don't mean like, oh, that's spooky haunted. No, I mean straight up haunted by the spirits of the people that died in those rooms and cannot pass on. Honestly, I could probably sit here and type a short novel of all the events that happened, but I think it's best to go with the ones that seriously spooked me. There was one night where I got a ticket for one of the aforementioned printers, which, honestly, were more hassle than they were worth. I got called down to help one of the station nurses connect her system to the main printer because it kept on giving her an error. I got down there, she tells me what exactly the printer is doing, and asks me how long it'll take. I tell her that it'll just be a few moments, and she informs me that she needs to go use the restroom. I tell her that would be fine and that I should have it done by the time she gets back. She walks away, and I get to work. After a few moments, I get that weird feeling that someone is staring at me. You know the feeling, that spine chill. I shrug it off and keep trying to get the drivers installed for the printer when I hear someone faintly say, "Excuse me." I look up and I see an elderly patient standing in the doorway to their room and staring at me, which honestly wasn't that big of a deal. I was sitting at the nurse station, and I was the only person there. I looked up, and as politely as I could, said, "My apologies, I'm just here to help with the computer. The nurse on duty just went to the restroom and will be right back. I'll let her know that you need help as soon as she gets back." I say this, she smiles at me with her wrinkly, beaming smile, and I think everything is copacetic between us. I sit back down and start back into getting the hunk of junk back to a functional state. After a few moments of me working with it, I get it to connect, and it starts spinning up as the spooler pulls the jobs. I patted myself on the back for another successful night, and leaned back in the chair. I glanced back up to where the elderly lady was and saw that she had closed her door. As soon as I noticed this, the nurse on duty comes back. I stand up, and I let her know that everything is working again, and that it looked like it wasn't going to cause her any more trouble. I then motioned toward the room where the patient was and informed her that the lovely lady needed some assistance. When I said this, her face literally went pale, and she asked me which room. I pointed to the room with the door closed and told her, that one. She then asked me to describe the old woman. I laughed and told her that she had glasses, short white hair, looked to be in her 80s. As soon as I tell her this, she then shows me what it was that she was printing. It was paperwork that she needed to fill out for a recently deceased patient. The picture of the patient was the woman that was standing in the doorway. She then tells me that this patient had passed away earlier that evening and that they had just cleared her room. Obviously, I thought she was pulling one over on me with the patient, and playfully told her to knock it off. She stared at me with a deadpan stare, and then walked over to the room, opened the door, and motioned for me to look inside. I reluctantly did, and sure enough, it was empty. The room was sanitized, everything was clean, and the board was completely blank. Honestly, that kind of just ruined my night. I grabbed my laptop and went back to the IT closet. I didn't really want to deal with people after that one. Beyond that, and probably one of the other nights that scared the hell out of me, there was one evening where I was in the closet with one of my new coworkers that I was training. And this was about a year later, after I had been hired on full-time, and I was actually training this person to be under me. I had already explained how things worked, and he was just sitting there going through the HR video training. I was probably on Facebook, just waiting for a ticket to come in, so we had something to do. We were literally just sitting there in the quiet hum of the servers, when, out of nowhere, the lights in the server room shut off. My mind immediately went into worst-case IT scenario. I thought the server room had lost power, which would have been bad. The server room losing power means that the servers may shut off, and we have to manually check them all to make sure they turn back on with the emergency power and that there are no errors. I look around and see that the server rack still has green lights on it, which meant that they were all good to go. I told the new guy to wait there, and I got up to go and see if the rest of the hospital had possibly lost power. When I got to the door, the light switch was off, like someone had legitimately turned it off. I shrugged it off and flipped the switch back to on. The newbie asks me if everything is okay, and as soon as I start telling him that it was nothing, the lights seriously flip back off. I slowly turn around, turn them back on, and start to walk backwards toward the desk. And I seriously watched the light switch slowly move from the on position to the off position. It was like a really weak person was slowly pushing it down with one finger, just nudging it slightly until it was off. That was enough for me. I told the new guy that we were taking a lunch. He laughed and asked what was going on, and I told him that, at that exact moment, we were going to leave the server room and go down to the cafeteria to take a lunch. I had no idea what the hell kind of spirit was having fun with us that night, but I was not going to agitate it any further. And I just decided to let it have its way. We went down and we had lunch, then went back up to the server room. When we got there, the lights were back on, and they didn't turn themselves off after that. And while that may not be creepy to some people, it seriously freaked me out. Mostly because I was well aware of how haunted that hospital really was. My daughter is weird. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. She does normal kid things and plays weird made-up games, and has nonsensical jokes. I love her to death, and the things that she comes up with. but sometimes it's hard to know when she's serious or still playing around. One morning, she woke me up and said someone was tapping on her window, and she looked scared. I thought she was joking around at first, until I started focusing and realizing how serious she looked. So, I got up to go look, and she had a stupid wind-up toy that flaps its arms like it's flying, sitting next to the window making it tap it. The grin on her face when she saw me turn around with it in my hand was enough to make me laugh too. This is just to show you how playful she can be, and why this really alarmed me. So, she started to come up with imaginary friends. I say imaginary because it's your normal stuff. I see her playing in her room, and she talks like someone else is in the room with her. Our rooms are right across from each other, so while I was in my room putting laundry away and getting ready for bed, I heard her play into the conversation. It got weird. One of her dolls died, I guess, and she grabbed another one saying something about getting it to live again. So, as I'm listening, she's explaining to her friend that she lets her dolls relive since she got to do the same. She then said that her old name was Rebecca, and that she didn't like her old mommy, but she forgave her. I thought this was weird. Maybe it was a weird game, but I walked into her room and asked her who she was talking to. She said it was her friend, Lily. And I tried playing dumb and said, "Oh, I thought you said Rebecca." She just kind of looked down shyly and said, "No." So I dropped it for then, thinking it was just a make-believe thing. A few days later, I picked her up early from school for a doctor's appointment. Afterwards, I had a few errands to run myself, and since she was so patient and helpful, we decided to stop for ice cream, since she had already had lunch at school. As we were leaving the parking lot and I was helping her buckle in, she hugged my neck and said thank you. It just warms me when she gives me random hugs like that, so I got her all situated and got into the car myself. As I'm driving home, she said something that confused me at first. She said, "You're my favorite mommy." Without thinking much about it, I responded with, "Oh yeah? Well, I think I'm your only mommy." And that's when she said, "No, but first mommy wasn't very nice, but I know it wasn't her fault." At this point, I looked up at her in the mirror, and she was looking right at me, and she looked sad. So I tried pushing a bit more on this, thinking it was some kind of weird game still. I asked her, "What mommy is this? And why wasn't she nice?" She honestly looked scared to tell me, like she was going to get in trouble. So I told her that it was okay and that she could tell me anything and I wouldn't get mad. Part of me was glad that I asked, and part of me regretted it. She would get mad at me for things that you let me do, like play with my friend Lily. So I asked her what she meant by that. She would call me names and yell at me and punish me. Now, my daughter goes to a public school. I haven't had any issues with them before, and she's never mentioned anything to me about being punished, nor have I ever had reports from them about her being in trouble. The only person that is around her on occasion is my mother, who she does not call mommy or anything like that. So I tried to ask her more about who this other person was and how they punish her, but she said she didn't want to talk about it anymore. This scared me, as my first thought was, is there something going on at the school that I need to know about? So that night, I tried to see if there were any marks or bruises on her just to be sure, and there weren't any, but I decided I would talk to the school the next day just to double check. So I brought her to the school. She's just as excited to get in as she always is, and she doesn't steer clear from anyone there either. I did get to speak to the teacher, who said that she doesn't have any issues with her. She's not shy, and she's kind to all the other kids, which makes sense. I told the teacher that she had just said something that caught my attention and that I wanted to double check. I didn't need her calling someone on me or anything, so I let it go for the time being. Sometime that week, she was playing in the living room while I was making dinner, and she was playing and talking to Lily again. And then she mentioned her first mommy again, so I started listening more. She said, "I couldn't hold my breath that long, so I got a new mommy." Something set me off with that one, so I went in there again and asked her about it. I again tried prying who she meant by this first mommy, and I told her that she can trust me, that I won't tell or she won't get in trouble. She started whispering to the air and then looked at me and said, "Lily said I should tell you, so I will." She explained to me that when she would play with her imaginary friend, she would be called names and would be locked in a closet, and that it was very dark and she would be hungry. She also told me something that broke my heart. She said one time that she was caught talking to her friend, and her first mommy shoved her in the bath to clean her, and that she couldn't hold her breath that long, but she forgave her because she knew that she was sick too, and now she's got a new name and a new mommy that lets her play with her friends. I just started crying, and I hugged her tight. I told her that she would never be punished for that by me, and she told me not to cry because she was happy now. So, after that, we had dinner, and when she went to bed, I was up because I couldn't sleep. I started going through the shows we watch, and the games, and things that she had on her tablet to see if there was something that could be related to this. Just to see if she was copying something she heard or that she read. However, I found nothing at all. So, the only other thing I could do was look up the name Rebecca. I did change this for the family's privacy, for a little girl that may have died. To my horror, I found one, where the mother drowned the daughter thinking that she was a witch, which explains why she went crazy over her talking to herself or her imaginary friends. This also happened before she was even born. I'm not a religious person, but that night, I prayed. I asked if Rebecca could hear this, that my daughter has now accepted what happened and forgave her mother and that she could move on. It's been a few years now, and she barely mentions Rebecca's life. I don't know how to explain it or how to handle it at times, but she usually just brings up the good things that she remembers. We typically leave it alone, though. However, Lily is still around, so now I'm no longer thinking that it's just an imaginary friend, and I'm going to wait to look into that one. Since being very young, my brother Jamie would often do or say strange things. There are many instances, but these are the ones that I remember most clearly. He was, and remains, a very thoughtful and intelligent child, often deep in thought. I first noticed that you could be cooing and playing with him, and suddenly he would cloud over with a deadpan expression, and it would take minutes to get his attention again. As he started stringing sentences together, he sat down with my mom and told her, "Do you remember before, Mommy?" She said, "Before when?" To which he replied, "Before, when I had a different mommy." My mom simply told him that she was his only mommy, and he didn't say anything anymore. He then spoke to me, and he told me he remembered that when I came out of Mommy's tummy. I told him that he can't remember it because he wasn't born yet. He got pretty irate with me and said, "Not when I was born this time, before." I asked what he meant. Before, when I wasn't your brother, when I was Mommy's brother a long time ago. This left me pretty shook, as in 2004, over a decade before my brother was born, my uncle, my mom's brother, who was also named Jamie, passed away. Due to the suddenness and trauma caused by his death, it is an extremely sore subject and is rarely ever discussed. So, there was absolutely no way he could have known about him. Then, one day, on the way home from the park, around 3 years old, Jamie asked me, "You know when you die?" I was taken aback by it, but I said, "Do you mean what happens after?" He said, "I've been thinking about it, because I think it's really dark forever, and you can't see anything." I explained to him in a child-friendly way the different beliefs that people have. Example, heaven, hell, nothing, ghosts, reincarnation. When I told him about reincarnation, he nodded. "Yes, it sounds nice, but it takes so long. When I died the last time, I had to stay the same for ages before I was a baby again." Honestly, I was so spooked. Jamie is now 6. He still will speak about things he really shouldn't understand, but does. People often remark how knowledgeable he is about the world around him. Maybe that's just the way he is, or maybe it's because he's seen it all before. I suppose I'll never know, but all the comments he made, and even his mannerisms and behavior, we've all thought that perhaps Jamie is Uncle Jamie. This was actually about a kid I used to babysit. He had a wild imagination. Between all these made-up games that he played, stories he would tell me, and the likes. So, at first, it was hard to take this seriously. One time, I was watching him in the evening, so I was making popcorn for us. They had a gas stove, so it was always a trick to get it to light. While I was starting it, he came running into the kitchen, so I told him to slow down and watch out so he didn't catch his hair on fire. He responded with, "Oh, I know. Fire hurts. I died in one," and had these huge eyes as he told me. I just kind of snickered, thinking he just said something incorrectly, and then said something like, "Then you know you shouldn't be close to the stove." So he smiled and walked away. Weird. A few days later, I was over there again and we were watching some kids' shows. I don't remember what it was called, but they always did some kind of simple learning or science thing, and they would always go through a safety part like don't run with scissors, always use the crosswalk, look both ways, things like that. And this time it was about how to escape from a fire and to stop, drop, and roll. They showed if you were in a building to keep low and to put a damp towel on your head, if possible, and then crawl to the exit. This boy pops up and says, "Sometimes you can't." I just said, "What do you mean?" We didn't have towels downstairs, and it's hard to crawl upstairs. Once I finally figured out what to say, I asked him if his old house caught on fire, though I didn't recall his parents ever mentioning one. So he explained more. He said his old house did, but he couldn't get out. What are you supposed to say to that? I just asked, "Did someone have to save you then?" He looked annoyed, like I wasn't understanding, and I guess I wasn't. And then he said, "No, I died." and just stared at me. I just said okay and left it at that. I asked his parents that evening about a house fire, and they said they've never been in one, and he certainly hadn't. I told them what he said, and they thought it was weird too, but assumed it was just something he watched, so I let it go, even though I still thought it was odd. They ended up going on vacation, so I didn't babysit for 2 weeks. But when I came back, he was right back at it. We were playing something like superheroes, and I ended up being killed by the bad guy. As I laid on the ground, he came up to me, rubbed my face, and whispered, "Be alive again." So I got up and pretended to be a zombie, and he told me, "No, you get a real life again, like me." I thought we were playing still, so I mentioned that he hadn't died yet. He then tried to explain to me again that he got a new real life after the fire. I know it's useless arguing with a child, but I said, "Your mom and dad told me you guys didn't have a fire, though." That's when he must have gotten tired of repeating himself, so he explained it as he walked back and forth. He said it was his old self in his old home with his old mom, dad, and big brother. He said he was in the basement, in his brother's room where he fell asleep, and he woke up feeling hot. He said the last thing he remembered was yelling for his brother, and the stairs being too hot to climb. This whole time that he's telling me this, he doesn't seem sad, but more so relieved. Especially as he said, "But it's okay. They were able to get out, and they had a party for me." Not gonna lie, that freaked me out. But just to check, I had asked him, "So, did this happen to you, or did you see this in a movie?" He got mad at me, like I didn't believe him. So I had to apologize, and I told him that I was happy that he was okay now. I tried asking if he remembered what his home or family looked like, but he said all he could remember was the yellow house. This time, I didn't tell his parents. He seemed so matter-of-fact and detailed for such a young child that I left it alone. But now, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested in looking up house fires. Does anyone know how to tell someone who lost a child that they've moved on and they're happy again? This is about my younger sister, who had many visions about her past life. My parents always called her weird or claimed that she just had a vivid imagination, so she only ever talks to me about them now. One of the first times she mentioned this to me was when we were playing House or Superheroes. We always made up names for these games, but she always chose the same name, Charlotte. I didn't think much of it at first, but I usually swapped between the same 2 or 3 names, unless I learned a new name that I liked. But she always chose Charlotte. One day, we decided to have a picnic in our backyard, so we gathered stuff to make peanut butter sandwiches and some chips and then headed out. One thing I will mention is that when it came to PB&J, it could never be grape jelly. I was okay with it, but my sister would not eat it. My parents always said or thought that she just didn't like grapes, so we always got something else. Anyways, when we sat down to finally eat, she asked me, "So, do you remember many different lives?" I was confused by this question, so she tried to explain more. She mentioned, since I used multiple names, she was curious if I remembered the past lives of multiple people. I told her no, and that I just liked the names. But she went on to explain that she used to be named Charlotte. She explained that she used to live somewhere hotter and near a beach, and that she was allergic to grapes, which is why she avoided them now. I thought, in a way, it made sense. But she wouldn't eat them, so he would have no idea if she's allergic to them now. Later that night, during dinner, I asked my parents if we knew someone named Charlotte. They thought about it for a while, but then said no and asked me why. My sister was looking at me curiously, and I explained to them that she used to be a Charlotte. I remember my mom mentioning that was a good imagination, while my dad chuckled but said nothing else about it. From then on, my sister continued telling me more stories of her past life. But it was later that year we went on vacation in Texas, where it became more real. We were going to a friend of my mom's house when we got turned around in a cul-de-sac. My sister pointed out one of the houses excitedly and said, "That was my old house. Well, it used to be my parents', but I inherited it when they died." My dad was driving and looked up at us in the back seat, while my mom looked back in confusion. She said, "What are you talking about?" My sister went on to explain that she knew that was the one because of the front deck. It had an awning and was screened in with an old swinging seat hanging from the roof. She said she used to sit there and drink coffee while she read, especially whenever it was raining. My dad said nothing, while my mom just stared at my sister and then turned back around to face forward. I remember it was awkward for a few seconds when my sister said, I had a bad reaction to the juice I was drinking, and I couldn't breathe." This caused my mom to snap and say something like, "Enough!" She started asking us what we watched to learn all that, and even asked my dad what he was watching with us. We all said nothing, and my sister went quiet. From then on, she never mentioned anything to my parents about her past life, but I still asked her about it. I was absolutely curious about all this, and at that age, I didn't know what reincarnation was. She explained to me a bit more about what she looked like. Long golden brown hair with green eyes, light freckles, and fair skin. She said she was never married. She had a gray cat named Milo, and she was sad that she died and didn't know what happened to him when she was gone. She told me different stories over time about her past life, and I had no reason to not believe her. As we got older, we didn't talk about it on a normal basis, but it did come up on occasions. We're now in our 30s, and we got together for lunch one time and something occurred that caused us to talk about it. She went into more detail about that time, how Charlotte had died. She said the juice she had contained grape juice, and it caused her to go into anaphylactic shock, and then she died from it. And this is why she avoids grapes. I asked if she ever had an allergy test to see if she was still allergic to them, and she said she thought about it, but she said she remembered her death so vividly and that she didn't want to risk it. We were curious about how close she was with all this information, so we actually tried looking for Charlottes that had passed away in Texas, and for house records. Surprisingly, we did find that house, and I actually found a way to contact the current owners to ask about the history of it. I told them I had grown up in the area and was trying to remember the name of an old friend that lived there. To my surprise, they were glad to help, and from the real estate they bought the house from, we were able to track down the records, and found a Charlotte that lived there and her parents that owned it before her. We found pictures of her, and she matched the description that my sister gave. It was crazy to actually put physical proof to what she told us all these years. We haven't said anything to our parents since they don't seem to believe any of it. We're still trying to figure out if we can find out her cause of death, but the house, and her description and time that she lived, was proof enough for us. This all started when my son was around 7. I remember one night we stopped somewhere to pick up dinner, and I let him choose where and what he wanted. When we got home and got situated to eat, he thanked me for letting him choose, and then asked me if I remembered when I was a kid and getting to choose what was for dinner. I said yes, and mentioned that I usually chose what I wanted for my birthday dinner, much like he got to choose last year. Then he asked me if I remembered when he was a grown-up and let his kid choose for dinner. I just chuckled and said, "You haven't been a grown-up yet, buddy, but you can definitely do the same when you are." He shook his head and told me I was wrong, though. He mentioned that he was a grown-up and that he let his son choose dinner. I didn't know how to respond, so I just stared at him for a minute. At that point, he said his name was Timothy and that his son's name was Jake, and that he lived a long time ago. I was speechless. I thought maybe he was just pretending and had this crazy story that he'd planned out, so I just dropped it from there and ate my dinner. We had more situations like this over time. I will say me and his mother split up, but we are on good terms. She is still in school to become a nurse, so I have full custody over him. She took him for about a week over summer vacation, and she had some questions when they returned. While he went to play, we were talking, and she asked me if I had watched ghost shows or something with him in the room. I told her that there weren't any in particular that I could remember, and that I try to avoid watching anything that could be potentially scary in front of him. She began telling me that something was brought up about what happens when you die, and he mentioned that not everyone becomes a ghost, and sometimes you get to be a new person. She then mentioned the names Timothy and Jake again. I was surprised, so I told her about the night that he mentioned it to me as well. We both thought it was odd, but we had no explanation for it. So we agreed to just heavily monitor what he watched or listened to see if we could figure out where he may have gotten this from. From then on, as I'm watching all the shows that he would watch, they had no names similar to those and nothing about ghosts or reincarnation in them. I will say at one point, I had moved into an apartment and I didn't have cable or internet installed yet. Until then, my son just watched movies that we had or whatever was on the local channels. At least I had an antenna. While I was making breakfast for us, he asked to watch TV, so I told him that I would be right in to help him. As I wrap up what I'm doing, I walk into the living room to see he's already got it on, and he's watching some old Western-style show. It was a Sunday, so I know there wasn't much on in ways of cartoons, but this is what he stopped on. Not to mention, he was fixated on it. Legs crossed, chin resting on his hands, just watching. I went and asked him, "Nothing good on?" And he said, without looking over at me, "I love this show." I was confused, because we've never watched this before. I certainly haven't, because I don't like those kinds of shows. So I called that out and said, "You've never watched this before?" To which he responded, "I used to watch this all the time when I was Timothy." I didn't know how to respond, so again, I just stood there and watched him. When I finally came back to reality, I decided to test him and ask him what the show was about. He told me the name of the show and explained it as best as a 7-year-old can about what was happening. The characters' names, all of it. I was surprised. I had no explanation as to why he would know all of this, but since he found this and since I have installed cable and internet, this is what he watches on Sundays. I was worried about him watching it with some of the typical violence, but he didn't seem fazed by it, and he never acted it out or even wanted toy guns. So his mom and I agreed to just let him watch it. One of the last occurrences that we came across was when we went to the park. He was going to his mom's for the weekend, and I usually drop him off there. But she was running late, so we decided to go to the park while we waited. I pushed him on the swing some, helped him across the monkey bars, the usual. At one point, his mother called saying that she was on her way, so we started walking back to my car. I was still on the phone, and I didn't notice at first that he had stopped holding my hand. I stopped and looked back to see him staring into the entrance of a cemetery. It was a small one, and older, with not many headstones in it from what I could tell. I told his mom I would meet her at her place, hung up and went to my son and asked what was wrong. He said, "I know this place." Again, he's not been to any funerals, nor has he known anyone who's died. But we also didn't know anyone in the cemetery as it was by my new place. So I asked, "What makes you think that?" And he flat out said, "I was buried here." What the hell? So he started walking in, and I honestly wanted to stop him, but I also wanted to know what he was going to do, so I just followed him. He led me to an old headstone towards the back, and I froze. Sure enough, the headstone said, "Timothy, beloved son, father, brother." How? How would he have known any of this? As terrified as I was, though, I had to know. So I asked him, "How did Timothy die, buddy?" "I shot myself." I picked him up, and as I carried him out of that cemetery, he began crying. I didn't know what to say or do, so I think I just said something like, "You're okay now," and I just hugged him tight. I was at a loss of words, but on the way to his mom's, we stopped for ice cream, and he started cheering up. I told his mom about it too, letting her know what had happened, and she flipped out, of course. It took some convincing, but I think I finally got her to trust me that I didn't let him watch anything about suicide. Also, after this, he stopped mentioning his past life. I don't know if that was like Timothy accepting what had happened and passing on, but it still confounds me. Out of curiosity, I did try to find a Timothy that lived within that time and found someone with a son named Jake, and that's where I stopped. I didn't want to find out any more information, and I'm leaving it at that. I hope my son has completely forgotten about it too, and is not being haunted by this anymore, because hearing it from a child his age, that was gut-wrenching. I can't help but think back to my childhood and see how insanely strange it all really was. As an actual child, it somehow never seemed very odd, but now, looking back, now it definitely does. Most of these were in the town of Elk City, Idaho, and some of these events seem very connected. It all started out when I was about 1.5 years old to 2 years old. I was smart for a young kid, my parents always said, and I learned to talk at a very young age. My mom remembers me at that age crying and telling her that I didn't want to sleep in that room ever again, because the Eskimo baby doll looked at me and nodded. She said that I then proceeded to do a nodding motion. She removed the doll from my room, but it still exists in storage in my other house. She finds it specifically strange because I was super honest, and toddlers that young don't typically lie whatsoever. I seemed genuinely shocked and terrified. The next strange experience were the dreams that I had around this time period as well. Strange, vivid dreams. People may say that I could have gotten these dreams from watching scary movies or things like that, but it wasn't like that at all. I wasn't even allowed to watch Scooby-Doo until age 7. At that age, I was carefully raised and overprotected with what I was allowed to watch. Mostly only Christian kids' cartoons and Baby Einstein. These nightmares that I got were very strange and ended up becoming a recurring theme throughout my childhood, with the same dream character tormenting me. The dream started with my mom dropping me off at some sort of party. There's a ton of kids there, and on stage, it's revealed to be someone in a creepy pig costume with an eerie lazy eye and a smile. It was picking up and kissing kids across the room. My mom kept asking me if I wanted to go up and kiss the costume, but I refused to, and felt a sickening fear and sense of impending doom all throughout me. Eventually, she left, and I was forced to go up to the pig costume. But before I fully walked over, I stopped frozen and just stared. The longer I waited, the more it stared directly at me in a mocking way in the dark distance. It felt like pure evil. It just stared at me in a way that felt evil, but with the same lifeless, lazy eyes and smile. And these words entered my mind. This thing's name was Miss Molly. I then woke up. I had the same dream non-stop my entire childhood, with the same pig costume. Another dream involving the costume was my parents forcing me to go to a huge opera theater where she would be on stage performing. The whole time, me being the only one knowing something was bad and wrong, and she always focused in dead on me. I even remember the smell in these dreams and what I smelt. It was the smell of an old steakhouse in town at night. When I was older, I would get instant flashbacks to the smell and feel these dreams. Now that I know what animatronic restaurants were like, Pizza Time Theater seemed a lot like that in the dreams. Though I'd never even heard of such restaurants or been to one. I didn't even know what it was until I was in my teens. Around this same time as these dreams, my mom said I would always not go into my room and tried to stay out with her as much as possible, and when she asked why, I would say, "Geefy is in my closet." I never explained to her what Geefy was, however. More incidents after, at around 3 to 4 years old, including me being terrorized by shadow hands. I remember staying at a hotel room during that time. I had just bought an electronic SpongeBob toy that talked when pressed on the hand, and I was sleeping with it that night. I remember it randomly talked without me pressing it, saying a phrase that I hadn't heard before. This shocked me enough to throw it off the bed. Later that same night, I heard knocking on the hotel window. I looked out, and through the curtain blinds, I saw the shadow of a long, stretched-up arm reaching up into my hotel window and making the devil horns sign with its hand. I remember that I then hid under the covers the rest of the night and fell asleep. I would have not known what that symbol meant at that age. That same hotel, I also remember having a painting that I avoided an entire bathroom over and would have to go to the bathroom outside of the hotel instead, because it scared me so much. I remember nothing of what the painting was, only the true horror it invoked in me, and told me it wasn't safe to even look at it. As I got older, 6 to 7, the paranormal events started to back up a lot harder than ever. The shadow hands, they never went away, but now there were more. I started having more dreams of the pig costume that I dreamed of as a toddler, but in different scenarios. I dreamed one dream that the pig costume lured me into my grandmother's barn, where they were cooking and boiling people alive, and torturing them in various ways. But this time, there were so many different costumes. I also dreamed that I entered my grandmother's butcher house in the pure dark at night and saw the same Miss Molly pig costume, on all fours, creepily sliding and crawling up to me in the dark, silently but fast, its heavy, lazy eye gleaming in the dark. For some reason, I always knew that the costume was hollow inside. There was always a sense that there was no human inside the suit, like it was possessed. Another creepy costume-related dream I had involved me walking into my classroom, where everyone was being very annoying. Kids being gross, teasing me with snot and things. I left the classroom in the dream to find that time had completely warped, and somehow between walking in and out of the classroom 1 second later, time had changed to after school hours. I was locked inside the school. Everything was dark. It had been completely abandoned. I remembered roaming the halls until I came across a tall, hollow duck costume in the distance. It had super long legs, and its long neck was bent backwards, staring directly at me from between its legs with its huge black eyes. It said, in a creepy voice, "I'm home," and then proceeded to come after me. I remember just curling into a ball on the floor, accepting death in the dream, and closing my eyes before waking up from it. I had too many creepy costume dreams to count, but those were some of the most memorable. Besides dreams, creepy encounters when I was alive happened constantly. I remember I had a whirly-gig windmill toy that would spin and spin on its own at a certain time at night, and a creepy tall giraffe toy that I would see blink at me. I also remember the strangest memory of my childhood, in which I woke up in the middle of the night to an entire scene being played on my curtains. It was like my curtains had been turned into a movie theater screen, playing some kind of vision. In this vision, it showed a super destructive storm crashing everywhere, a huge sense of turmoil and panic, and a huge sailboat in the distance. On this sailboat, it was a puppet crying and screaming for help. He was looking at something in the distance, and the huge ship deck that he was lying on, coming closer and closer to him as crates crashed everywhere. I didn't want to see what happened next. Everything in me told me not to see what happened next. I tried to look away, but everything that was dark in my room from the night, the scenes would begin playing on. Even when I closed my eyes, I wasn't safe of seeing the whole scene play out before my eyes. I've never heard of any other experience like this. I then ran to the living room eventually. On my way, the walls were still playing the scene every time I glanced. I looked at the clock, and specifically remember it being 7 a.m., and feeling safer knowing that I wouldn't have to sleep for long. It then stopped. I never experienced anything that wild again. That is, until years later when my grandmother went missing in our technology-deprived hillbilly town in Idaho, and we were woken up in the middle of the night to help go search for her. The night will always be one of the strangest that I've ever had, or maybe the strangest. It's when I think I encountered some kind of demon. Everyone was searching for her, scared, and I had to stay back at the camp with some relatives. I remember I saw this, I'll just call it a hallucination, that seemed to look like the character Lakitu in Mario. He asked me if I wanted to make a contract with him to work for him. I accepted. I remember how real he talked to me, how he felt. It felt much more real than any imaginary friend or something of the likes. I acted as I worked for him and did silly tasks for him, but with time, they got stranger and stranger. This hallucination stayed with me far after the search party found my grandmother and we returned home. For a full year he stayed. The more he stayed, though, the more he started showing his darker side, revealing himself to be more and more manipulative, and basically a huge jerk. The time when I realized I wanted him out of my life, and he became worse and worse to me, I'll always remember because my mom said how I scared her. During this time period when we stayed looking after a friend's house while he was away, and how I didn't behave as usual. She even asked others for help because I was out of character, violent and horrible. During this same time period, I remember the Lakitu turning on me the most and showing himself more and more visibly, all around me, not leaving me alone, laughing at me, mocking me. I remember the more he stayed, the more his friends appeared. They looked like demons. I remember there being a red one who felt female and had a strange sexual vibe to it that did overly disgusting acts that I won't get into, and other things. I remember once I was fed up with this Lakitu hallucination, and the others with it, and I told him to leave me alone and never come back. I'll never forget seeing a stairway up to the sky appear, and them running up it, cackling and laughing, screaming, mocking me as they ascended. I never saw anything like that again. A similar encounter, however, happened when the pig costume nightmares came to an unexpected stop, when I had a vivid dream in which a protective-type creature entered the dream and told me that I will never have to see Miss Molly again. But, in order to never have to see her again, he would have to sacrifice his life for me, and I would never see this good entity again either. I accepted this, and I dreamed a long battle which ended in him giving me a giant hammer and crushing a shrunken-down version of the costume, killing it permanently. I remember how disturbing it felt, feeling all its bones and organs crush and underneath the hammer. The protector spirit then died. I never dreamed of the pig costume that haunted my dreams for years and years as a kid ever since. Not even once. Even up until now. It actually worked somehow. Strange. Weird nightmares still persisted, though, and more paranormal incidents, too. Too many to list, but some including me finding a Mario toy from a thrift shop that had a creepy, depressing, heartbreaking vibe to it that I can't explain. Even my dad said that it felt creepy. I later on dreamed that this toy belonged to a kid that had died in a mysterious way, involving a manhole by the sewer, and in the dream they found the toy in a grocery store and began crying. The toy had his initials on it. I also remember encountering something very creepy while playing alone with the toy. In rural Idaho, it was easy to get lost, and I remembered playing in the forest alone with it far away from the house. The silence felt very eerie and depressing. I remember finding some kind of gross flesh-looking substance on the ground. It was filled with holes, which the dog I was with began trying to eat. My blood ran cold and I felt to run and not look back, and I did. Later on, the dog's owner said that she had also come back with a human finger bone that was from the same woods, if that could be related. It felt more creepy knowing that I had brought that strange Mario toy with me during. The final creepy event that I will note here is my skinwalker-type incident. I remember walking outside one night to let the dog out and saw a giant, shaggy creature being running around to the other side of the house, where I was about to go. It looked like a dog, but more in lengths for a human. Too big to be a dog and no sound, strangely. I remember its carpety-like hair from what I saw. I got back inside immediately. Later on, I had a vivid nightmare that I heard the sound of a baby crying outside the walls of my cabin, so I dropped to the floor and began crawling out of my room, and to the bathroom for safety. But the baby's crying sound continued, and he was screaming and crying, and he followed me to the bathroom from the outside. Everywhere I crawled in the dream, it followed me all the way to the door. It wasn't a baby crying and following me outside the house. I knew in my heart it was something mimicking a baby, trying to lure me to go out there and open the door. I'll never forget how horrifying it felt. It doesn't help as well the many other creepy encounters I've heard from the other people who lived in that same town of Elk City, Idaho. From UFO encounters, creepy life hauntings, noises, demonic activity, etc. I also heard creepy whistling noises that always sounded like they were trying to lure me into the woods. I saw a lot of things since I was allowed to play anywhere, even the forests away from my house, but these were just my personal childhood experiences. I'd love to know your guys' thoughts on this, and I may share more encounters or dreams in the future. Additional information: I found out later on that my parents have also experienced a lot of supernatural things, more than most in their life. My dad has been known to see a second set of eyes on people, before finding out that they've done something horrible not too long afterwards. My mom had an out-of-body experience during pregnancy, in which she could move around out of her body and see the others in the hospital, and at what they were saying before returning, as well as other out-of-body experiences. I'm not sure if these kinds of things are genetic, in a way. Also, the guy my dad saw the eyes on was someone who was friends with our family and at our house a lot. Me and him didn't interact much, as I was very young, but he was visiting a lot. A little bit after that, my mom had a vivid nightmare in which the same guy stood over my bed and opened his mouth, as it unhinged inhumanly, letting all this dark energy and evil into me. After this, our family stopped seeing the guy. It was strange because he was very nice and never did anything bad to anyone or to me, but they just had a sense about him. He also had paranormal encounters in the past, but he also claimed that he'd had an alien abduction. It's strange how everything seems to be connected in a really strange way. This next story is actually 2 stories, but I'm going to go ahead and read them as if they were one because they're from the same person and kind of the same thing. So, here we go. So what I'm about to tell you is based off of my own experience and understanding of what I have been made to understand by these beings. My intentions are not meant to sway any beliefs you may have, as our spiritual growth is a journey of self. During my first encounter, I was meditating in order to connect with the energies around me, both in the earth and all around me. I was able to see the whole of my being form blue-white roots of energy and spread throughout the ground beneath me and connect to all living things around me. I could see their life energies surrounding them, being connected by webs of light between all things. I could feel my consciousness bleed out into the roots and webs, and I was able to connect to them and become one with them. I could feel their life within me and my life within them. I became one with all living things around me, and I wanted to connect with more than that of the earth. So I stretched my consciousness out into the sky and let myself bleed out into the cosmos. Within seconds, I saw a white hole of energy open up in front of me. It was a circle of white light, surrounded by a golden aura, and inside this I witnessed 3 beings standing in front of some sort of large, flowing metallic object. Whatever they were, everything was white. I could not see a floor, walls, or a ceiling. It was just absolute white. I immediately had this sense of wanting to go inside this portal, for lack of a better word, but I didn't know how. In that moment, it seemed like they had heard me, because next, I could feel their arms and hands around me, and I could feel them separating my spiritual self from my physical self. When I was there with them, I had lost all sense of time. It felt as though there was a weird, disorienting sense of being somewhere where you can't tell if it's day or night, and you don't know what time it is. These beings helped me to orient myself, and they made me feel more comfortable. They told me that they were the keepers. They were tall, wore elegant robes of gold and white with strange shoulder apparatuses. They had large bulbous heads with pointed chins. They had large dark eyes, long arms, and long necks. They told me that I was in their dimension, which was higher in existence than ours, and are able to insert themselves into our realm through the object that I saw. It was large, silvery, metallic, and it looked like it was flowing. It had a strange colored light orb flowing from within it, and it could react to those beings' movements like it was their own. I asked many questions, but these answers were the most important to me, and so I feel like I should share them with you. What humans call God is the absolute consciousness of all sentient beings, living through the past, present, and future. What we call life is accidental and therefore sacred. These beings know that, and they've been watching us since our beginning. They have introduced ideas to our ancestors in the hopes that they would use the knowledge to further our species' evolution and to take the next step towards our true potential. There is no divine creator. There is only the chaos of the universe itself on an endless cycle of birth and rebirth. The universe does not have a beginning or an end and will always die and be reborn. It always has and always will. Death is a human construct, used to help understand our cycle of being within this universe. When our bodies physically die, our consciousness then leaves our physical form and rejoins the source of all beings. And our pure form of consciousness can then choose another form to incarnate through space and time. Based on the vibrational state of our physical being, our spiritual resonance at the time of our death, meaning if we were good or not, it determines whether we ascend or descend into our next cycle of life. And that's where the notion of heaven and hell throughout many of the world's religions comes from, and have been completely misunderstood. They are simply higher and lower dimensions of existence. This is a never-ending cycle of being, for the sole purpose of gaining knowledge and understanding of self in order to achieve the highest level of consciousness. If anyone has had a similar experience, please let me know. I would love to discuss these things further. Despite hateful comments from the hardcore skeptics, here I am, still posting my own experiences as I experience them. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything, or change anyone's belief. I am simply telling my experience, so take it with a grain of salt, like the kids say. This experience took place during the night, and within my subconscious. Call it a dream, a vision, or whatever. This felt different. It started as I was sitting in my living room with my wife, and I don't remember how they appeared, but when they were here, they looked almost like a hologram. A light blue, semi-solid hologram. I slowly became extremely happy when they were here, almost like I was seeing an old friend for the first time in years, and they even matched my happiness. The tallest being looked down at me and began to smile at me, and I could definitely notice a visible relief of tension in their posture, almost as if they were worried how I would respond to their showing up, and now finally became relaxed and relieved. They were one of the same tall, long-necked, gray-skinned, wide-headed beings that I had met during one of my previous experiences. There was even a second, smaller being, barely taller than our coffee table. Not even 4 foot tall. They looked like your typical gray, except I didn't get a good look at them. They looked like they had a large forehead with prominent eyes, but I was more focused on the taller being that I had met before. It definitely feels like one of the 3 beings I met last time. The main being was tall, almost to our ceiling, and we have an 8-foot tall ceiling. It had a long neck, skinny body, long arms, round eyes, and an oval outer shape. Their eyes did not look like ours. They had golden brown speckle coloration in them. They weren't the dark color that I saw last time. They had pupils. The whites of their eyes, like we have, forget the name, and even saw their clothing. Their clothes looked like a tight-fitting yet baggy jumpsuit robe type thing. I get the feeling that they looked brown, almost beige or tan colored. Their skin was smooth with a rough-looking texture to it. Their head was a little more of a rounded mantis shape with an angular chin. They had a human-like mouth, and they had teeth and a tongue. I saw them both when they smiled down at me. It was a very peaceful encounter, and I'm absolutely thankful it happened. If anyone has had anything similar happen to them, I'd love to share our experiences. Love and light, my friends. When I was about 16, in 2010, my family moved from Fairbanks, Alaska, to Williamsburg, Virginia, and we wound up in this strange neighborhood. I won't disclose this particular neighborhood or the coordinates of the exact place in question, though I can find them very easily in Google Maps, and it's probably still there. This neighborhood gave me some really cursed vibes, like Children of the Corn stuff, and this house we were staying in seemed doubly eerie. We had just moved in, and I was always the adventurer and the goth kid. I liked to explore the woods surrounding the neighborhood. Back then, I was raised with having to entertain myself outside, and this translated even to my current adulthood years. I really enjoy getting intentionally lost, and I've seen some deep stuff in the woods, and that gives me nightmares. However, this didn't give me nightmares, but the incident felt so strange and uncomfortable. I go into the woods, and about only 20 minutes in, there's a swamp in there. Steam, or smoke, is rising out of it, and dead animal bones all around it. Instantly, I thought the swamp had to be toxic, except there were 2 swans on the water, dunking their heads in the water as swans do. I scoped it out and decided to go back another day. Second time I went, I decided a deer skull would look really cool in my room. I actually didn't learn my lesson from this. I still collect bones, only in different circumstances. So, I put one from the edge of the swamp in my bag, and I headed home. Something about that swamp just makes you feel like you're being drained. It feels like nihilistic depression, but as a place. And it was after these events that I also entered a very dark time in my life. As I headed out of the woods for home, everyone in the neighborhood on the way to my house was out on their front porch or lawn, just staring, like ventriloquist dummies. They all followed me with their gaze as I walked home. The strangest thing, I felt like I shouldn't have taken the skull. As a polytheist and occultist later in life, I learned to trust this feeling afterwards, but I put the skull on the dresser in my room. It's important to state that this very same day, I heard the song Hamburger Lady by Throbbing Gristle, so it may have influenced things a bit. Also, I had somehow gotten poison ivy on me because my face broke out in hives. But Poison Ivy and me were not too uncommonly acquainted. I just felt like it was a bad idea to have taken the skull, but I figured it was just my own fascination with the uncomfortable feeling of confronting mortality that made me fear it. The same fascination, however, caused me to cling to it. And so, on my dresser, it stayed. And sometimes, I would wake up in the middle of the night feeling something was caressing my face. And sometimes, I would hear a voice wake me up from a dead sleep. And then after a week, I could no longer sleep. That's when the neighbors started showing up, wanting to welcome my family to the neighborhood. They brought cookies and came one family at a time, once a day for a week. They seemed very conservative and polite, but so was my family and so was I. And every family that visited asked me the same thing, since my parents made it a point to tell them that my now scarred up and oozing face was not acne, but poison ivy. They asked me, "Oh, did you go to the swamp?" And I would reply, "Yeah, the one at the end of the street." And they would all say, "Oh, did you see the swans?" At first, I thought it was cool that someone else knew about what I thought was my secret discovery in the woods, but then I started to realize, after the third time, they were saying it with increasing fervor and implication in their voice, something that my parents noticed even. They asked me if I really did see any swans in the woods, and I told them I had. They thought it was weird and shrugged. Of course, they always asked about the skull, but my family is interesting that way. They believe in old-school Lutheran Christianity, but they aren't in any way superstitious. They didn't care if I brought home bones as long as I wasn't killing the animals unnecessarily. But I was heavily unnerved at this point, and slightly hallucinating due to the insomnia that I was experiencing. The feeling of something standing by me or over me became very real and very scary in my room, even while awake and even during the day. I did something a 16-year-old Christian kid wouldn't usually do. I had a seance. In part because I was very lonely and hoped for a friend from beyond the veil, and in part because I wanted to try to smooth things over with whatever it was. A few Google searches later, and in the dark of my room, with only a candle lit, I started to close my eyes and address the entity directly. The room got really cold, and as I spoke to it, the television in my room turned on to static. My radio turned on to static, and the skull fell off of my dresser. I freaked out, and the next morning, I don't remember much between then and the next morning, I stuffed the skull back into the bag and went out to the swamp. The swans were there on the swamp still. I instantly placed the skull at the edge of the swamp and apologized to whatever entity was pissed that I took it. And, like a man hypnotized, some strange insanity called me towards the center of the swamp, to a small peninsula in the middle of it where a tree grew. I tried to walk back from the tree. The grass gave way to mud, and I began to sink. Though a giant 6-foot teen boy that I was, I pulled myself out of the mud after quite a bit of struggle, though it had extended halfway up my waist, and then I walked home. The neighbors stared at me like they did when I took the skull as I walked home, muddied from the belly button down. I went into the house and my parents asked what happened. I told them I had stepped into deep mud in the swamp and sunk. The creepy stuff slowed, but the next week, the landlord exploded with anger at my family because he did not want to make repairs to the house and then told us to leave. He didn't evict us, of course, because he couldn't legally do so, but he said he would not be making any of the repairs and that he preferred that we leave. So, He let my family out of the lease, and we moved from there. I was friends with a girl in the neighborhood who was incidentally the first person to ask about the swans. We kept in touch until the day I moved out, and then she shut down her Facebook, and I never heard from her again. Last February, I planned to go back. I wanted to see if there were swans there still, and bones, but with more fleshed out knowledge of the occult and my own belief in the goddess of Brigid. I have wondered for a long time if the dead animals were offerings to the swamp, as ancient Celts used to do. A pagan friend of mine in Pennsylvania liked to sink the bones of deer he caught in the swamp behind his house as well. My own belief is that there may be something akin to a god or a spirit there, and I'd like to make amends with whatever it was. However, I never got the chance. The day before I headed to the swamp, Virginia enforced a mandatory quarantine, and so I headed back home and merely managed to make it after 6 flight changes. A few days later, they managed to cancel all the flights. So, I'm not so sure if I want to go back. P.S. If the mods want confirmation about exactly where I'm talking about, proof I lived there, etc., feel free to message me. If anyone is a resident of Williamsburg, I will tell you where it is, but you have to agree to my terms when investigating first. I don't want anyone harmed on my account, nor do I want to risk angering the entity, if there is one, a second time. Nor do I want to bring bad press to the people that live there. I don't know anything for sure about their involvement.